Good morning, everyone. Thank you all for your patience. We're going to call the October 30th Halloween Eve Council meeting to order at 9:11 a.m. City Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Certainly. Councilmember Perea.
Here.
Councilmember Maxwell.
Present.
Councilmember Vang.
Present.
Councilmember Richardson.
Here.
Councilmember Esparza.
Present.
Vice President Arias.
Presente.
And Council President Karbasi.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Next is the invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, which will be led by Councilmember Maxwell. The invocation today is by Pastor Michael Montano from Refinery Church. Pastor, please come forward. You'll have the floor.
Heavenly Father, we are thankful for the privilege of serving our community. We pray that your presence would fill this place. Our hearts and our minds would be prepared to do your will. Today we ask that you would pour out your wisdom and discernment upon our mayor, our city council members, and all the city staff as they consider the important issues before them. We pray there be unity and harmony as we share one another's ideas and perspectives, that we do our best to work together for the common good of the city and the counties of Fresno. May our words and actions be aligned by justice, truth, integrity, and a heart to serve the needs of all of our citizens. Let there be decisions on behalf of our beloved city made in kindness, goodness, love, humility, and peace. To God be the glory forever, as we pray in the powerful name of Jesus Christ, and everybody say amen.
Next, we move on to approving the agenda. City Clerk, are there any changes or items removed from the agenda?
Yes, we do have a few changes, but I would first like to make a few announcements. We do have Spanish, Hmong, and Punjabi translators available via Zoom, in addition to ASL. And corrections that need to be read into the record and announcements. First, during the October 16th, 2025 City Council meeting, the bill for the 10 a.m. scheduled hearing, the West Area Neighborhood Specific Plan, was listed on the agenda as for introduction. This was a clerical error pursuant to Part B2 of Section 600 of Article 6 of the City Charter. Bills for rezone are adopted on the same day they are introduced. As such, the bill was assigned ordinance number 45, and the item does not appear on this agenda. Also, an announcement for today's agenda, we have for item 2B, that is file ID 25-1485, actions related to Sequoia Brewery located at 777 East Olive. The names of the new owners of J&A Mash and Barrel are Will Oliver, Scott Miller, Ian Wieland, Joe Dorr, and Bill Avakian. And that needed to be read into the record for Levine Act purposes. Also on today's agenda, we have ceremonial item ID 25-1492 regarding the proclamation honoring the friendship of our outgoing mayor of Munster, Germany, Marcus Louis. Mayor Dyer was added as a co-sponsor along with Council President Karbasi. And on to items that have been removed from the agenda today. First up, we have the 915 number 2 item, that is file ID 25-1487. That is the hearing to consider adoption of vehicle miles traveled. That item is going to be moved to the November 6th meeting. The hearing will remain open, and that was moved by Council President Karbasi, Vice President Arias, Council Member Maxwell, and Council Member Vang. and the hearing will remain open. Also removed from today's agenda, the 9:25 a.m. item, that is file ID 25-1417, actions pertaining to the city-owned property located at 815 Fulton Street and housing successor agency to the redevelopment agency. That item is being moved to the November 6th meeting at 9:25 a.m. by Council Vice President Arias. And we have a few items moved from the consent calendar to contested consent for further discussion. Those items are 2D, ID 25-1464. That is the bill for introduction adding Chapter 9, Article 37 to the Fresno Municipal Code entitled Tobacco Retailer Ordinance. That was moved to contested consent by Council Member Esparza. We have 2Q, that is file ID 25-1390. That is the approval of the First Amendment to the service agreement with the Poverello House. That was moved to contested consent by Council Vice President Arias. And then we have consent calendar item 2W, that is ID 25-1429, actions pertaining to encampment delegated maintenance agreement, and that was moved by Council President, Vice President Arias and Council Member Esparza. I believe those are all the announcements I have.
Thank you so much. City Clerk, I also wanted to add, are there any items removed or changes to the special meeting agenda at 4 o'clock today?
Thank you. I did mean to announce that. I have no changes to that, but I did want to note that we did have a separately noticed special meeting today that for a closed session that is public employee performance evaluation, City Clerk.
Okay. Thank you so much. Council members, are there any other items you wish to remove, continue, or pull from consent for discussion? We'll start with District 1. Okay. Council Vice President?
I'd like to pull 2Z as in zebra for contested consent,
Okay.
and that's it.
2Z. Okay. Council Vice President?
I'd like to pull for contested item 2B as in boy.
As in boy or Bredefeld? I'm confused. Okay. Okay. Anything else? Anything else? No. Okay. It's no problem. Councilmember Vang? No. Okay. Councilmember Esparza? No. Councilmember Richardson?
Council President and City Clerk, just a question.
Yes, sir.
Being that the item as mentioned in the last meeting, per Section 600, Article 6, do we need to have another vote on that because it was voted on in its introduction?
Which item are, forgive me, I don't know the numbers.
This is the West Area Neighborhood
Oh, I'm
Specific
sorry.
Plan.
That's the
Is
top.
there no requirement to reopen that and vote on that again?
No.
No? Okay. That's all I had, Council President.
Great. Good question. Thank you for that. Okay. Is there a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
So move.
Moved by Council Vice President, second by Councilmember Esparza. Any opposition? Motion passes 7-0. Thank you very much, Council. Next, we move on to ceremonial presentations. We will have 3 this morning. The first one is a proclamation honoring the friendship of outgoing mayor of Münster, Germany, Markus Leve, and the sponsors are the mayor and myself. So if we can have our delegation come on up.
Thank you, Council President. It is our honor to be able to welcome and recognize our delegation from Münster, Germany, and to be able to recognize Mayor Leve, who is, I think today's his last day as the mayor in the city of Münster, and both Council President Carbasi and I have had an opportunity to visit Münster along with our delegation a couple of years ago, and we had an incredible time there. The hospitality was second to none. We got to look at just about everything I think there was in Münster, including all of the active transportation that goes on there. They are the number one really in the world in terms of bicycle transportation. Far more bicycles by 20-fold probably than there are cars in that city. In fact, they build garages specifically for bicycles. And it is a very, very safe town. In fact, when you compare the number of fatalities we have in our city, from bicyclists as well as pedestrians, it is amazing. I think if they have one in a year, that is a phenomenal thing. I mean, it's generally they don't have any bicycle fatalities, even though they have a lot of traffic. So yesterday they spent the day with our folks looking at our Department of Public Utilities. For those of you who don't know, we have the largest solar farm in America, and it's right here in Fresno. And I think that saves us about $20 million or so over the course of it, more than that actually, Ann Clues told me. So we are very, very proud of that. But we get to recognize Mayor Levitt today, again, his last day. The thing I'll remember about him the most is he asked if I wanted to go on a bicycle ride with him and a number of folks in Munster, and I said sure, even though I was in a suit. Well, I did not know it was going to be a 3.5-hour bicycle ride in the hot, humid weather of Munster, Germany, but I did enjoy it. And he took me up hills, down hills, through trails, all over the city, and it was a beautiful time. So just wanted to say thank you for all that you do, for the partnership, and for the sister city relationship that we have with Munster. Mike?
Thank you, Mayor, and for all your hard work. I got to tell you, it doesn't matter if he's in Germany or the USA. In the humidity or dry heat, this man's working all the time. I saw it myself. Yes, so I'm Mike Carbasi. I'm fortunate as council member for District 2 to have the office that sponsors the sister city relationship with Munster, Germany, which has actually been ongoing for almost 40 years now. You're the second longest running partnership. Now, I got to tell you, your mayor, who I know this is his last day, he is almost as good as ours, but he is a wonderful man who has been so gracious to us. And I got to tell you, the history of sister cities in America really started when President Eisenhower was in office. This is a person who was a 5-star general who witnessed the world at its worst when countries were fighting each other. We get to be here today in 2025 working with our sister city in Germany in peace and actually collaborating on ideas to make our respective cities stronger, and that's what's so important. When we went to Germany, I think we went one time, and you guys have been here like 3 or 4 times, which we love. We've had a couple of partnering with so many groups like Fresno State, international transportation conferences here to learn how we can increase pedestrian safety and multimodal transportation. But what really impressed me the most, and what I think Fresno is going to gravitate towards, is all your research on battery technology. We have a lot of electric cars in Fresno. We have a lot in California. I think 1 in 4 cars in California is electric. I have one of them. So what do we do with the batteries when they're done? And that's what you're working on. We were so impressed to see that when we were there. And if we can just capture a little bit of that, we just want to create those jobs. So we're going to capture a little of that knowledge from you and create those jobs. And that's the whole point of the program, is to really increase friendship and collaboration, but also economic development. And in a place like Fresno, we can do that. So please, when Marcus watches this, let him know how much we really appreciate the work he did. I mean, he was just like the mayor said, so welcoming and collaborative. And the commitment that your city has to the sister city relationships throughout the world are important. We're going to continue to foster those relationships, including the beer partnerships.
South of Shaw.
Yeah, that's right.
What Mike is sharing is that the South of Shaw Brewery here in Fresno and a brewery that they have in Munster, they traded ingredients and ultimately made each other's beer. And I think the one was the Mexican chancla or something. Flying chancla, that was it. But it was an incredible beer. I may have had one.
That's all we know of. But correct. But, you know, and that was so popular, we have other breweries that say, no, we want to partner too. So you're going to have competition now to partner with your German breweries, the Finna brewery. So anyways, thank you so much. This is your opportunity to speak, and then we'll present you with a proclamation that you will take back to your mayor as a thank you to all his years of friendship.
Thank you very much. Dear Mayor Dyer, dear Mike, dear City of Fresno, first of all, we would like to thank you for the invitation and for having us over. Thank you very, very much. Mr. Dyer, I would like to present you a farewell letter from Markus Lewe, which you already said is his last day today in office. He's been mayor for 16 years.
Could we change the laws here so he could be here for 16 years?
May have a few people who don't like that.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay, thank you. So the relationship between the twin cities of Fresno and Münster is very, very, very close to his heart and will be and will remain to be very close to his heart. So that was very important of him for you to know. There is also an invitation in it for you and the city of Fresno to come over and visit us in next March in 2026. There will be a technology and innovation festival. You already said battery, the research of battery is very important, and on this festival there will be keynotes on battery, hydrogen, health and medtech. So we would be very pleased and happy to welcome you with a delegation in Münster next year, if you have the time and the opportunity.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
So, yes. It's very good packed, so it was important not to get broken. Now, we would like to use this opportunity to thank you and present you with a gift of the city of Münster and a gift from Mayor Lewe. This is a figure of the historic city hall of Münster, which I think you recognized at once. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
I
Harry.
appreciate
Thank you
that.
so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
We,
Introduce it. Oh, no, please go ahead.
I just wanted to thank, in the name of the delegation, also a big thank you to NCLOS, who made it possible and put together a very, very, very amazing schedule and agenda for us. And she gave us the opportunity to have a look, an inside look of the projects you have been doing, energy projects, which is really, really amazing. Thank you for that. And also, we would like to use this opportunity to thank you, Mike,
sure.
and John for organizing this with all your heart, with all your energy, and thank you so much for having us here. And I would also like to thank Nick and Casey, who are making us feel home here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, so again, I do want to thank the administration. I know that you were able to lend your staff to help facilitate the meetings, and that's not easy because there's a lot of things we're working on, but that was very helpful, and they clearly appreciated it. And thank you, Anne, and John as well, also for shepherding folks from the airport and all that extra work. I do want to take a moment to really thank Casey and Nick, if you would come on up here, please. These are people that they don't get paid to do this. They really believe in the program. They've both been to Germany at their own expense, and they're very committed to fostering those relations for a multitude of reasons, from education to public safety, and also, most importantly, to economic development. Thank you both for that. Oh, and football. Yeah, we're going to export American football. I do want to especially thank Casey, because you have gone above and beyond. Thank you so much for everything that you've done. You're a Renaissance woman. I mean, you're on the boards and commissions and Women's Commission, and then, of course, you do all this on your as a volunteer. And so thank you for doing that. Nick, you don't get flowers, but I'll get you a beer later. So, two. Okay. But seriously, thank you all for the extra work to make this possible. Thank you. And thank you, Mayor, for your support of the program. We can't do it without it. So, City Clerk, if you'd please read the last two whereases and the conclusion of the proclamation.
Whereas, during Mayor Dyer's time in office, Fresno and Münster, under Mayor Lewe, reaffirmed the sister city relationship and signed a memorandum of understanding to learn from each other in areas such as affordable housing, energy-efficient public transport hubs, and safe bicycle mobility. And whereas, as Mayor Lewe ends his time in office and steps away as mayor, we wish him the best in his next endeavor and thank him for his steadfast commitment to our sister city relationship. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer, and members of the Fresno City Council do hereby proclaim Thursday, October 30th, 2025 to be Marcus Lewe Day in the city of Fresno.
That's for you, Mike. Yes. Thank you. Before we move on to our next Before we move on to our next proclamation, Council, I'm going to break the rules. There's a reason why I didn't ask Councilman Richardson to do the Pledge of Allegiance this morning. I wanted him to save his voice. We had a wonderful occasion on Saturday. I'm so happy to say this gentleman is a married man, and to honor that occasion, would you please come on up? We have a proclamation that you actually signed, but you didn't know it. We just got your stamp. Honoring Mr. and Mrs. Nick and Kelsey Richardson for their nuptials. And Kelsey, I got to tell you, you're probably watching. You are an amazing woman, First Lady District 6. And you have a very, very proud husband. We saw that on display on Saturday. So congratulations, sir.
She is watching.
Okay. This is actually for Kelsey, not for you. So there you go. Would you say a few words? Yeah. She is watching, so maybe a few words.
No, I cried all day Saturday. I don't want to bring it back up. But she is watching. Kels, I love you. The new queen of District 6. We had a lot of support, being friends and family, and a lot of City Hall folk were there as well. So just meant a lot to see everybody out there, and we're super excited to start the next chapter and see what the future has in store for us. So very blessed and honored. Thank you.
Congratulations, sir. Thank you. Okay, our next proclamation will be for the Central Valley Honor Flight. The sponsor is Councilmember Maxwell.
Thank you, Council President. I'd like to invite anybody and everybody that would like to join me. Today is about honoring all of you, so if you could please join me at the front. All righty, good morning, everybody. Just an FYI, I'm still waiting on my proclamation for my marriage about 6 months ago.
It
so
is going
you
to
get,
be
get
done.
around to that.
We're going to have a whole meeting on it.
Yes, still in the honeymoon stages. Good morning, everybody. As you know, I represent East Central Fresno, which includes our Fresno Yosemite International Airport. I was sworn into office in 2021, but unfortunately the airport was still not allowing for large events because of COVID-19. But I had heard about this amazing group that I want to honor today with Veterans Day right around the corner. I wanted to shine a light on some very special and amazing people that are standing here behind me. I'd heard about the Central Valley Honor Flight in 2020 and 2021 before I went to an event, but really I didn't know what to expect when I went to my first one. I knew that they were honoring veterans, and to be honest, I expected maybe a small handful of people to show up. I thought there might be a dozen. It was 2022 when I went to my first Central Valley Honor Flight homecoming, and the entire airport was packed full of people from across the entire Central Valley, all different ages, seniors, children, grandchildren, all that are waiting for somebody special. And I think in a time when our politics feels especially divided, when we feel like it's sometimes hard to connect with those around us in today's age, it's really refreshing to go to an event like this where you have Republicans and Democrats and independents, people of all different backgrounds and walks of life in one place to honor our veterans. This is an organization that started 12 years ago, and we're going to talk a little bit about the genesis of that here in a moment. But it started, roughly 12 years ago to honor World War II veterans, and quickly grew and expanded to include Korean veterans, Korean War veterans, Vietnam veterans. And it is one of my favorite events to attend. I go to a lot of events in this line of work, but hands down, this is my favorite event to attend because you could really feel the love in the room. You could feel the respect from all those people that are standing out there for hours to give these veterans a homecoming that they never received when they returned from war 50 years ago. I meet some amazing people at these things. I meet some older guys who are probably some of the most stoic people you'll ever meet that have tears in their eyes when they get off that plane, and they have hundreds of people waiting to welcome them home. The folks here behind me, obviously Paul Loeffler does a fantastic job. This is one of the most amazing human beings I've met in my line of work since I've been on the Fresno City Council. This guy does everything, but I think what he's especially known for is putting this all together. And of course, he can't do it alone. He has an amazing team of volunteers that come out to help him at each one of these. I think we've done a little over 30 flights at this point over the last 12 years. But none of this would have happened without the lady here to my right, Nancy Walker. She is the genesis for the Central Valley Honor Flight. It was her brainchild. She is the one that pitched this idea. And here we are 12 years later. We've been able to honor so many veterans by flying them out to Washington, D.C., meeting their Valley congressional representatives throughout the Central Valley, being able to see the walls with the names etched onto them of folks who were not fortunate enough to return from war. And when they return, they are greeted with something truly fantastic, and that is the homecoming. And I encourage anybody that wants to participate to join us at a future homecoming, or to even sign up as a guardian angel, where you could be a personal escort to one of our veterans as they go to Washington, D.C. And so I'm going to give it to the mayor to say a few words, but I just really wanted to say, God bless you guys for the work that you do. It means a lot to so many people, and I have nothing but utmost respect for all of you. Thank you very much for what you do, Mayor.
Thank you, Tyler. It's thank you to Councilmember Maxwell. It is rare for him to miss one of these events. He's there each and every time and honoring our veterans. And I also want to say thank you to Paul Loeffler, because Paul does an incredible job. He's everywhere, and he does a phenomenal job. If you've seen him at some of these honor flights, he does an incredible job. And they're not just a few minutes. They're a long time, and oftentimes longer than others, because the flight, every time I go, the flight gets delayed, and so you're there for several hours. But I do want to say thank you, Nancy. Thank you to all of you for what you do. We may disagree on a lot of things in life, but there's one thing I think we can all agree on, and it's the importance of our veterans who risk their lives, who lose their lives, for the families who sacrifice as they go off and fight for our country. And we know without our veterans, there is no America. Without our veterans, there are no freedoms. And so we owe a great deal of gratitude and debt to these individuals. And when they go and they come back, as Councilmember Maxwell said, they're in tears, and they've been touched, and they feel honored, they feel recognized, because we know a lot of our veterans who returned before may not have felt that love and respect and honor. And I have a soft spot in my heart. My uncle Bobby Dyer was a prisoner of war in Korea for several years. And so I got to spend a lot of time listening to the stories and watching the tears fall from his eyes as he shared some of those stories. So thank you guys for everything that you do. And it's an honor to be able to stand with Councilmember Maxwell and recognize our honor flight.
Well, there's not too much to add to what those two said, because what they hit on is really what I think is the most powerful element of honor flight. It's its power to bring us together. Because if you come to the airport, you'll see age 0 to 100, every ethnicity, every religion, every tax bracket, every political persuasion, all the things we're told are reasons we can't get along. But the opportunity to express gratitude to our veterans is what brings us together. It can make us one Fresno, as the mayor says, one Valley, one America, really. And our honor flight family has continued to grow. There's so much more than we thought it would be when we started. We just wanted to get World War II vets to their memorial. I think it's fitting that we honored Münster, Germany before this, because that's a free city today because of our World War II veterans, like my grandfather, who were there liberating Europe. Now we're taking Vietnam vets. It's so much more important for them because of how they were treated 50, 60 years ago. I could stay up here all day talking about the power of Honor Flight, but I want to thank the city of Fresno and all of you council members, President Carbasi, Vice President Arias, council members Perea, Vang, Esparza, Richardson, and of course, Tyler Maxwell here and the mayor. Last year, they voted for a grant, federal funds from the COVID era through ARPA. We had to wait 2.5 years to fly because of COVID. We had 25 veterans die before they could go. And because of a $100,000 grant that came out of Council Member Maxwell's office and the whole council approved, we were able to take 70 veterans 6 months sooner than they would have gone otherwise. Some of them have since passed away. So the city of Fresno, not just because of its awesome airport that takes us off and brings us home every time, but the city of Fresno is part of our growing Honor Flight family. You're looking at several of our volunteers, board members. I want to especially thank the gentlemen who have led our flights 33 times, Al Perry, Mark Hopkins, Joe Fry, Bill Goodrow, and Ed Schmalzel. We have some board members who aren't here today, but Tyler mentioned this young lady over here. So I want to say, we live in a special place filled with special people, and you've heard it said, it's amazing what you can accomplish when no one cares who gets the credit. A lot of us have gotten some credit, but this young lady has never gotten her due. Because 15 years ago, she called me, she said, Paul, have you heard of Honor Flight? I said, yeah. She said, well, my husband was a Navy pilot. He went from Eureka. How could Eureka do it and Fresno can't? I said, you're right. I told some people we need it here. And then she said, no, when are you going to do something about it? Is that right, Nancy? I think so. Another lady named Diane Seymour called me the next week, and they tag teamed me for about 6 months until we finally got the ball rolling. So the fire of Honor Flight that's burning so brightly in our community would never have started without the spark that Nancy Walker lit. So Nancy, thank you, and God bless you all.
Anybody else wanting to speak? Before we have the clerk read the proclamation into the record, ahead of Veterans Day, we just want to thank you again on behalf of the city of Fresno for all the amazing work that you do. No, it's not always easy. Every single time that airport is packed, and I hear some of the most amazing stories from those veterans that get off of the plane. Thank you, guys. God bless you. City Clerk, would you please read the proclamation into the record?
Whereas the Central Valley Honor Flight began in October 2013 with a mission to honor America's World War II veterans by taking them to Washington, D.C. to visit the memorials created for them, and has since grown to include veterans of the Korean and the Vietnam War, ensuring more of our heroes receive this honor. And whereas, thanks to the dedication of its board, staff, and more than 1,000 volunteers, along with the generosity of individuals, small businesses, service clubs, and the broader community, the Central Valley Honor Flight has raised millions of dollars and successfully completed more than 30 honor flights to Washington, D.C., each marked by moving send-offs and welcome home celebrations. And whereas, for more than a decade, the Central Valley Honor Flight has made it possible for veterans to visit memorials built in their honor, walking beside them every step of the way and surrounding them with respect and gratitude of the community, making this journey deeply meaningful and healing. Whereas these journeys give veterans the profound opportunity to honor their fallen comrades, remember their shared service, and pass on their stories and memories, helping keep their legacy alive for future generations, and reminding us of our shared responsibility to uphold the ideals they fought and protected. And whereas the volunteers of the Central Valley Honor Flight bring compassion, joy, and genuine care to each flight, lifting the spirits of our veterans and ensuring they are met with appreciation and heartfelt celebration throughout the experience. And whereas, through its devotion to our local heroes, the Central Valley Honor Flight has given them the gift of being seen, heard, and remembered, affirming their service and ensuring their courage and sacrifices will always hold a place in the heart of our community. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer and the Fresno City Council, extend our deepest gratitude to the Central Valley Honor Flight and its devoted volunteers for their difference they continue to make in our lives of our Central Valley veterans, and do hereby proclaim Thursday, October 30th, as Central Valley Honor Flight Day in the city of Fresno.
All right. Council President, are we ready to move on? Okay.
Did he announce it? Okay, I'm sorry. The last proclamation of the morning session will be by Councilmember Perea. It's a proclamation for childhood cancer awareness.
Thank you, Council President. I have the Rodriguez-Abels family here with me today, and that's to raise awareness for Childhood Cancer Awareness Month. And while it is in September, with 400,000 children globally who are diagnosed each year with cancer, every month we should be raising awareness for childhood cancer. And as a new mom, this hits a little different, and so I'm going to try to keep myself together. But what this family has gone through is the unimaginable, something that no family should ever have to go through. And behind us, you're seeing pictures of one of the bravest, strongest little boys that we know, and that's Henry John. And it's through his courage and his bravery and the courage and bravery and strength of his parents that we continue to raise awareness and to have these conversations, because it is important to ensure that no family goes through this journey alone. If any family is out there who is listening, who is going through this journey themselves, it's folks like Daniel and Taylor that are in this fight till the very end. We have to continue not just to raise awareness, but to raise money for research purposes. We still have a long ways to go to advance the type of medicine and treatment for childhood cancer. I want to pass the mic off to these two lovely individuals next to me because they can speak so eloquently about the work that they are doing, not just to raise awareness, but to raise funds to continue to do research for advancements in treatment for childhood cancer. Taylor, thank you.
Thank you. And bear with me, I wrote a few things down because I have a tendency to get a little emotional. So hopefully I can stay on my script here. But thank you to the City Council and to Councilmember Perea for having us today. My name is Taylor Abels, and this is my husband, Daniel Rodriguez. And we stood here last September, just 9 days after our son Henry passed away from pediatric brain cancer. Dang it. Okay, here we go. Henry was, as you can see, a very joyful, beautiful, hilarious, and capable little boy who just loved music, being with his family, playing with his toys, singing with his mommy and daddy. And he was diagnosed just 1 week after his first birthday and passed away a little over a month after his third birthday. September is Pediatric Cancer Awareness Month, and that was the month that we lost Henry. So you might be wondering, why are we standing here in October? But like Councilmember Perea said, pediatric cancer demands that we advocate every single month of the year. When our federal government's budget only allocates less than 8% for pediatric cancer, we advocate every month. When nearly 15,000 kids a year in our country are diagnosed with cancer, we advocate every month. When pediatric cancer remains the leading cause of disease-related death for our children, we advocate every month. And when kids have to use adult cancer treatments because there aren't enough options that have been explored for specific cancer treatments, we advocate every month. This is a promise that we made to Henry, and this is a promise that we will stand by for the rest of our lives, and that's why we're here today. Since 2023, Daniel and I have worked very closely with a nonprofit called Alex's Lemonade Stand, which was a nonprofit started by a little girl named Alex, who was 4 years old when she was diagnosed with cancer and told her parents that she wanted to start a lemonade stand to raise money for a cure. Alex passed away when she was 8, but her parents kept her legacy going by starting a nonprofit in her honor, which is a common theme with cancer families. You'll find that because there is a lack of funding and a lack of research, cancer families pick up the torch and keep the funds going, keep the research going independently. Alex's Lemonade Stand has funded over 1,500 cutting-edge clinical trials, one that our son was supposed to be a part of but didn't quite make it to. They help thousands of families with transportation costs for out-of-town needs. We were a family that they helped. And they have raised over $300 million since their inception in 2004. They are the largest independent charity in our country for pediatric cancer. And in our 2 years fundraising for them, we have raised almost $83,000 in 2 years from our community, from hosting. You'll see there is a picture that went by. We do a lemonade stand in our front yard. We do a campaign in September for, it's called the Million Mile. You log miles and you raise awareness. And our community in 2025 alone brought in $25,000. So aside from being Henry's parents, it is the thing we are the most proud of, and hope that in 2026 we can get to $100,000 and see where we go beyond that. Next steps for us, we come from a musical background. We are going to be partnering with some local vendors, venues, musicians, artists to host quarterly concerts, with the whole premise being that 100% of the proceeds go toward pediatric cancer research or local charities that help children like Henry and helped our boy. To wrap up, we are about to enter a season of giving, and I just urge you, even if you aren't affected by pediatric cancer yourself, to put pediatric cancer awareness at the top of mind. Our kids deserve more than 8%. Our kids deserve a fair chance. Our kids deserve a chance at life. So thank you so much for having us, and thank you again, Councilmember Perea.
My absolute pleasure. Your community continues to stand with you each and every day, guys. And so today and this month, every month, we are declaring it Childhood Cancer Awareness Month here in the city of Fresno. City Clerk, will you please read the proclamation?
Whereas childhood cancer is the second leading cause of death among children aged 1 through 14 in the United States, with more than 15,000 new cases annually and approximately 1 in every 285 children diagnosed before the age of 20. And whereas, despite technological advancements, nearly 1,800 children pass each year from childhood cancers, making it the leading cause of disease-leading death for U.S. children. And whereas, families of children with cancer often endure financial, physical, and emotional struggles, while also balancing hospital visits, treatments, and uncertainty with daily responsibilities, often requiring the support of close friends and relatives. And whereas, children undergoing treatment demonstrate extraordinary courage in the face of painful and exhausting procedures, and the resilience reminds us of the importance of compassion, encouragement, and creating joyful moments, even in the darkest of times. And whereas, the journey to fight childhood cancer is not fought alone, as parents, siblings, healthcare providers, educators, and community leaders stand behind these children. They offer strength and foster hope, while researchers and advocates push tirelessly towards better treatments and cures. And whereas during this month and all year, we urge Fresno's residents to raise awareness, promote education, and support organizations that provide essential care and conduct life-saving research. And whereas it is with heavy hearts that we dedicate this proclamation to one of our youngest constituents, Henry John Abels Rodriguez, who tragically passed away from childhood cancer. Henry was a courageous boy who cherished every moment spent with his family and found joy in listening to music, hugging his stuffed animals, and playing with his beloved Shake Shakes. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer, Councilmember Annalisa Perea, and the Fresno City Council members encourage all residents, businesses, and organizations to join us in raising awareness, supporting families, and striving for a future where every child has a chance to grow up healthy and cancer-free. We hereby proclaim October 2025 Childhood Cancer Awareness Month in the city of Fresno.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Perea. City Clerk, I believe you have a little clarification.
Yes, during changes to the agenda for the 9:15 a.m. number 2, the vehicle miles traveled, I inadvertently read the wrong ID number. It is ID number 25-1459, just to clarify for the record.
Thank you, sir. Okay, we're going to move on to council member reports and comments. This may be a little bit out of order today. We're going to start with Council Member Richardson.
All right, thank you, Council President. One of my council member comments has come off. I was going to announce my thanks to everybody, to include some of our vending partners and the venue who actually got upset with us afterward for holding our wedding this weekend where we did, but something about permission and forgiveness. Thanks to the Fresno Fire Department who allowed me to finally join the ranks of those who have been a firefighter for a day. It was fantastic. It was really trying, and it really shows the hard work mentally and physically that goes into fighting fires in Fresno. Thank you to Negociantes Unidos who had me go speak last week at their lovely breakfast. We talked about leadership and the role of business and government in Fresno. And then to the neighbors up at Copper River who were willing to come meet with me out in the grass at their park to talk about building a bathroom out there, something that's long overdue. And then I also had the privilege of meeting with my neighbors at Nice Park Place a couple days ago and talking with them and taking their Q&A. So with that, Council President, it's a beautiful day in District 6. That's all I had.
Thank you so much. Next, we're going to move to Council Member Vang.
Good morning, and thank you very much, Council President Karbasi. Again, as stated earlier, congratulations to my colleague, Councilmember Richardson. Congratulations on your wedding, and a lifetime of happiness to you guys. I want to thank Councilmember Arias for inviting me to attend the grand opening of the new United Health Center on Cesar Chavez Boulevard in Southwest Fresno. He was instrumental in getting this health center started a while back, and as you may know, Southwest Fresno is a desert spot when it comes to health center, and so thank you very much, Councilmember Arias, for inviting me to be a part of this ceremony. And I want to thank the school area team for joining me and my team at Balderas Elementary this past weekend, and in support of the community, and community members were there. So thank you very much to the school area team. And yesterday I attended the reception for the German delegate downtown DoubleTree. It was a great opportunity to connect with the delegates from Germany and to talk about what we can learn and collaborate with our sister city in Germany. And as you know, we are right into the heart of trick-or-treat, Halloween. And so I've been busy attending a few trunk and treat events in D5 and near D5. First and foremost, thank you to Captain Alvarez of the Southeast Fresno Police Department for inviting us to be a part of your trunk and treat. The lines were curved all the way into the streets, and so there were many people there. There were food, fun, and music, and obviously tricks for the kids and adults in costumes as well. And also the Sunnyside Region Community Schools. The community schools, including some of the elementary schools in the Yosemite Middle School area, came together at Yosemite Middle School and provide a trunk and treat for that community again. Safety was also a concern. That's why we brought the community together into one location in the evening so the kids can enjoy that opportunity and the experience to have trick-or-treat, in this case, trunk and treat. And finally, yesterday, thanks to the Asian Business Institute and Resource Center at Sunnyside for inviting us to be a part of their trunk and treat as well, and including the trunk and treat were farmers market, vendors selling everything from jewelries to informational booth, and food trucks were also there. And there were multiple organizations giving out candies to the participants there. And continuing the theme of trunk and treat, today myself and my team will be at Jackson Elementary and Kawa Elementary in the evening to continue to give out treats to our kids and our students in the community. And so with that, I want to wish everybody a safe and fun Halloween. Thank you. Thank you, Council President.
Of course, thank you, Council Member. Okay, next we're going to move on to Council Member Maxwell.
Thank you, President Carbasi. I just want to highlight a few events that my office was a part of the last couple weeks and give a few thank yous. On October 17th, I see Megan and Millie in the crowd. I was able to attend the Valley Caregiver Resource Center Tropical Soiree, and I got to say that was one of the most beautiful events I went to. Very well done. I understand it was a pretty good night for you guys too. Had a nice little haul, but it was just a powerful reminder about how limited these services are to serve folks that have dementia or some sort of disease that makes it difficult for a loved one at home to give them proper care. It's challenging when we have our daily lives to tend to figure out what the best care is or to even provide that care. Luckily, we have the Caregiver Center here in the city of Fresno, and they do so much amazing work, including an adult daycare, so many services for caregivers themselves. And so I just want to thank you for the work that you do and highlight how invaluable that is to so many people here in Fresno. Thank you. Want to thank Sharon Weaver and all the folks at the San Joaquin River Parkway. They gave me a canoe tour of the river last week. We were out there for a couple hours and was just a good opportunity before the weather gets too cold to visit what is really a local landmark here in the Central Valley. That is our San Joaquin River. Just a reminder how beautiful of a gem it is and something that we all have access to, how important it is to keep it clean and free of pollutants. And so I want to thank them for taking the time to give me that canoe tour last week. Also had the opportunity to present a proclamation to Washan Elementary and High Performance Academy for Lights On After School. This is a nationwide event where they highlight the importance of after-school programs, which unfortunately are in jeopardy of having some major budget cuts in the near future. But for Washan Elementary alone, they had over 200 students enrolled in after-school program, and they were able to get additional tutoring and physical education. And we were happy to go out there to High Performance Academy to give them some additional activities to engage in that day and to highlight all the good work of the after-school programs we have here in Fresno Unified. I also want to thank a couple of our nonprofit leaders, Lisa Cazares with Angels of Grace, as well as Margarita Rocha with Centro La Familia. Both of these incredible women in our community do so much work to help the underserved in our community, whether those are foster care children, folks receiving SNAP benefits, immigrants trying to get help here in our community. Again, invaluable work that falls on the shoulders of just a small handful of people in our community. If you haven't heard of Angels of Grace or Centro La Familia, I encourage you to look them up and read a little bit about some of the amazing work they do here in our community. And they have plenty of volunteer opportunities as well for anybody interested in getting involved in that capacity. Also, I want to thank the Lynn family, Mr. Ed Cashin, Sal Gonzalez, everybody who was a part of the newest restaurant opening up at Campus Point. Ichi Shabu is a shabu style restaurant. If nobody has ever had this before, Mayor and I were fortunate enough to dine there together this week, and I don't know about you, Mayor, but this was honestly one of the best dining experiences that I've had here in the city of Fresno, and it's located at Campus Point. It's some really great Asian cuisine. I'm a vegetarian, but they brought out a plate of meat for the mayor, they brought out a plate of fish, and I think all in all, it was probably an 8-course meal. But even for me, I mean, it was great food. You cook it there yourself. It was a great atmosphere and was really just a lovely evening. So congratulations to the family and everybody that made that night possible. Over the past week and over the next couple of days, we are going to be participating as an office in trunk or treats across the district, including Pyle Elementary, Hoover High School, El Dorado Park, and Norseman Elementary, to make sure that we're able to provide a safe Halloween trick-or-treating experience for our kids. So if you have some little ones, come join us at one of our upcoming trunk or treats. That'll be all. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you so much, council member. We have to try that restaurant. I look forward to it. Yeah. Okay, next we're going to have council member Esparza.
Yeah, thank you, Council President. I want to thank all the residents in District 7 who joined us at Mayfair Elementary just last night for our fall town hall meeting. It was great to hear input from different folks, receive the questions. We had a lot of folks, a lot of energy in the room last night and a lot of different issues, and to hear people's ideas about the work happening within our community, along with being able to give updates, district updates as well as citywide updates to residents in the district. So again, to the D7 residents who took the time yesterday, I just want them to know that their engagement helps guide our efforts and ensures that we're addressing relevant issues as we navigate our day-to-day here at City Hall. Also want to extend, in terms of staff, obviously my own District 7 staff, but from the administration, I want to extend my thanks to Aaron Aguirre, our Parks Director, Assistant Director Russell, Captain Joe Alvarez, Lieutenant Zeb Price, and one of our Assistant City Attorneys, Christina Roberson from Code Enforcement, for taking the time to speak with the residents directly and share valuable information. In terms of tree trimming, we have a couple of neighborhoods that are currently receiving tree trimming services, so I ask residents to be patient and drive safely when near our city crews within the following areas. So the neighborhood bounds by Tulare, Chestnut, Cesar Chavez, and Maple, and also the neighborhood bound by Olive, First, Belmont, and Fresno. So again, thank you to those crews who are out there ensuring that we have healthy trees. Our office had a great time at the different trunk or treats that we participated in, particularly the one over at the Manchester Center, the big one we participate in every year. So I want to thank all the families and the children who dressed up and came out. I think we must have had, as we have had the last several years, over 1,000 folks or 1,000 families come out. So always a fun time. Additionally, I'd like to also give a special shout out to Norseman Elementary, Bernie Elementary, and Del Mar Elementary for inviting us to participate in their trunk or treat events. So it's been a lot of candy this October. I'm laying off of it, but we're happy to give it out. I hope everybody has a very safe Halloween tomorrow. If this was 20 years ago and we didn't have automatic iPhones, I'd say don't forget to turn your clocks back on Saturday night or Sunday morning. But I want everyone to have a safe Halloween, and I'll be dressing up either tonight or tomorrow as Puerto Rican pop star Bad Bunny. So I'll throw my Spanish on. I won't do the impression here. The mayor's laughing. He sees it. I've got the beard, I just got to throw the hat on and the curly hair. On a more serious note, I know we have a lot of existing crises in our country and our community right now. One of the most notable and impending crises is going to be SNAP benefits not necessarily expiring, but not coming through. I'll be joining a roundtable tomorrow with our congressman, and I'll be looking here today and tomorrow, as well as next week, very closely at some ways that the city could potentially be helpful. I think it's all hands on deck when you have a lot of folks in our community who could potentially be without food, be without groceries. I know the nonprofit sector and apparatus is in full mobilization mode, and we appreciate their efforts. We certainly, without them, there's a lot the city can't do. So we're going to be looking for ways here at the city to do our part and ensure that we help mitigate that impact within our Fresno communities as well. So on a more serious note, but thank you, Council President.
You got it. Thank you so much. Next is Councilmember Brea.
Thank you, Council President. I do want to see pictures, Councilmember Esparza, of your Bad Bunny costume, so please share those next week. I will be dressing up my kids. My daughter wanted to be Police Chief Mindy Casto, and my son wanted to be Fire Chief Billy Elkhorn, so stay tuned for those pictures. It's been a busy month for District 1. We started off by attending the Tulsa Community Center's first anniversary. For those who may not recall, this is a community center that provides therapy, mental health services for the Sikh community, so very much needed in our community, and they have quite a long wait list, and so just shows the demand that is there. We also partnered with an organization called Leaving the 99. In partnership with them, we hosted the Pleasant Street Neighborhood Block Party. We had a great turnout, so just wanted to give a big thank you to our county partners for helping us bring valuable resources to this area, and the Parks Department for providing the activities for the young ones. We also joined Pastor Dr. Jerome Jackson and the Congregation of Christian Community Baptist Church to celebrate his 28 years of service, so congratulations, Pastor Jackson. We also participated in the first Spooktacular Senior Bingo Night at our senior mobile home park in District 1. It was a big hit. The seniors were very happy with the prizes that they were able to take home that night. Just want to extend a thank you to American Ambulance. They came out to give a CPR demonstration for the seniors, and also want to thank the Chicos for providing us with food that evening. We also partnered with our Fresno High Home Tour Association to host a pumpkin painting activity. Over the weekend, we joined Goldstein's at their Boo-tify Fresno event. We collected over 800 pounds of trash, and so I just want to thank the incredible volunteers who helped to make that a huge success. Also, thank you to the Terrace Neighborhood Association for hosting a neighborhood informational meeting. We brought out the Heart team, so thank you, Steve Montez, for attending, and to our police department, Captain, Detective, and CSO Guzman for being there as well on hand to answer questions from the neighbors. Finally, I do want to invite the public to come out and join us this weekend for some fun activities. Saturday, November 1st, I will be hosting our annual crosswalk painting over at, that would be Echo and Van Ness, just across the street from Ampersand Ice Cream and Fresno High School in the historic Fresno High neighborhood. That's going to be at 12:30 p.m. And then we're going to be joining efforts with Dulce up front for a community block party celebrating Dia de los Muertos. Sunday, November 2nd, we partnered with Van Ness Village to bring another Dia de los Muertos event to that part of the Tower District. And so I invite you all to bring your families. The event will be from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. on Van Ness Avenue between Floridora and Home. Lastly, I do want to thank council members, Council President Carbasi and Council Member Richardson. They donated some funds to help a little boy in my district pay for his funeral and burial. He's one of our young guys. Unfortunately, he was struck by a car on his bicycle and was killed. And so as a reminder to drivers out there, please be mindful of your surroundings and always look twice. Please don't text and drive. Please don't drink and drive. And those simple actions can save lives. But again, just want to thank my colleagues for helping me raise the money so that we can actually bury this young gentleman. Council President, that concludes my remarks.
Thank you so much, Council Member. We have Council Vice President.
Thank you, Council President. I'll take a break from creating an image of Council Member Esparza looking like Bad Bunny to re-engage in the council meeting. I want to express my appreciation to my staff for hosting the Day of the Dead movie night yesterday actually, at San Pablo Park. It was a good turnout. Neighborhood was very happy with us activating that park for kid-centric activities in the afternoons and evenings. Also want to formally invite the council and the city to start purchasing their tickets for the downtown ice ring that will begin Saturday, November 1st. This year it is hosted by the Fresno Area Hispanic Foundation, and it's officially going to be called the Mariposa Winter Village. So it'll be an amazing experience for a couple months in downtown Fresno. City Manager, do we have an update on the mural policy? The mural policy, we're starting to get requests for people to submit.
Yes, I actually accepted the fact that I don't have the time to work on it and told Jennifer Rees yesterday, take it and finish it. So I'm hoping within a week or so we'll be done.
Great, thank you.
It was on my plate, and I kept thinking I was going to be able to do it, and I can't.
Fair enough, fair enough. Thank you, appreciate the update. A couple of the items, one of the items on the agenda, the Fresno Clovis Tourism District. I know we've have an agenda for approval to initiate the process. I just want to be very clear on the record that I have concerns with its past operations and the fact that very little to no resources have come to the city of Fresno, even though we make up the majority of the revenue that's generated. So when it comes back in December for final approval, I'll be paying close attention to the actual split of the resources it generates, and also be probably more comfortable with the 5-year versus a 10-year. Because I think for us, 10 years is too long to assess whether somebody's keeping their commitment. And since this is an independent body that we don't have control over, and they're distributing city funds, I'm more comfortable with 5 years. But we'll figure that out come December when it comes forward. And lastly, as Member Esparza noted about SNAP, we all know that elections have consequences. We're starting to see those consequences for the poorest and most vulnerable in our communities. But I want to take a moment to talk about SNAP for a bit, or what we call in our generation food stamps. It's clear that some people in power think that eliminating this benefit, delaying this benefit, or reducing this benefit somehow is going to tackle the issues that they've created a narrative for, specifically the undocumented, the immigrant community. Just to be clear, the undocumented community is not eligible for food stamps. Never happened. The fact is, 1 in 8 Americans receive food stamps in this country. Those numbers are significantly higher in the southern parts of the country, in the redder parts of the country. 40% of those receiving food stamps are kids, children, whose food we're going to delay intentionally because can't seem to get an agreement. 1 million of them are veterans. 1 million folks in food stamps are veterans who served our country. And for whatever reason, their benefits isn't sufficient, that they need help buying food every month. 22,000 of them are active military. Yes, we have active military that we don't pay sufficient enough and compensate them enough that they need help buying groceries every month. 8 million of them are seniors. So the people who are not going to get their food stamps come November, 8 million of them are seniors. And a third of them on food stamps are folks that are working. They're just working jobs that don't pay enough to put food on the table. So those of us who pay taxes have intentionally given them a hand up. We are the richest country in the world, and we somehow think that it's okay to withhold food from kids, from the elderly, and from those who serve the country to prove a political point. All while the White House corporate $300 million renovation project continues without delay. That's where we stand as a country. So to my Republican colleagues and my Republican congressmen, don't attempt to do the Democrats are at fault at this. You control the House, the Senate, and the White House. You've allowed the corporate renovation of our White House to continue without delay, while you are putting those most vulnerable in our country who have paid their dues Seniors in our country have been paying taxes for a long damn time. Military has served our country honorably. And for God's sakes, the kids, that's how we choose to create leverage in this country? Starve the kids? That's what you expect in a third world country with authoritative regimes. Starve the poor kids. Starve the poor kids of the opposition party. You're not hurting the undocumented. You can walk in tomorrow on November 1st to any home of an undocumented resident in this city, and I assure you they can open the door and feed you. And it won't be with food gotten from food stamps. It'll be from food that they paid for through their own hard work and their own wages. So as we start thinking about how we help those who are being intentionally hurt by one party and those in power, I would caution us. This is going to get worse. The next threshold after we withhold food stamp benefits will be withholding Social Security checks. And I guarantee you it's not the corporations funding the White House renovation that depend on those Social Security checks. This is a war against poor people and the working class in this country. And to have us own bailing them out, I won't participate in that. I will open up my home to whoever needs it. I will give anybody I can a helping hand, but I will not bail out the Republican Party as they attack the working class and the poor in this country. Those consequences are going to be held by all of us. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Council Vice President. I just have some comments. I want to start off by saying there has been a lot going on, I think, for all of us. A couple weekends ago, I want to thank the Alzheimer's Association Central California chapter for sponsoring holding the Walk to End Alzheimer's at Woodward Park. It was a great event. I think especially seeing those with a blue flower, those that are suffering from the disease itself, in addition to their families, that have to, of course, suffer along with them as they try to care for their loved ones. It was a very moving experience. I think all of us probably know someone that has suffered from the disease, or a family member who's caring for someone suffering from the disease. And only working together through a lot of effort by our country can we actually do something about curbing this disease that is just plaguing so many people indiscriminately across America and the world. So thank you so much to the Alzheimer's Association. I just want to thank the fire department and city manager. Great job on the open houses you've been having. These are fantastic. I got to attend the open house at Station 14 on Polk, and there was a great event. A lot of kids were out there putting on the red plastic fire hats, and they were excited. I think it was a great recruitment tool. So in about 15 years, we're going to have a lot more applicants for the fire department. But it was just a great way to open things up, and these really are neighborhood stations, and the neighborhood gets to come out and see how things work there, so well done. I want to thank the folks at Eco World Trading. I did not realize that textiles and fabrics and things that we have in our home, there's new state legislation about how we recycle them, and we have to really get moving and thinking about that. So thank you so much to the folks at Eco World Trading for taking the time to educate me on this, and hopefully we're going to have them come back to City Hall and provide a workshop on this very important issue. It's kind of under the radar. In addition to going to Woodward Park, I got to continue in District 6 and go to Sequoia Brewery. I was so excited. I mean, it felt like I was back there we didn't miss a beat at all. So well done to all the folks that made this possible. I also want to call out, in addition to Ian, I want to call out Scott and Will, because these folks, they serve in positions to fight for economic development, but they're actually putting their money where their mouth is, and they've actually helped restore a gem to our community. So that's the kind of stuff we need in Fresno. Thank you so much for that. Very exciting. A lot's been happening, I think, for all of us, but the public doesn't see. People call us, they have requests, they need help with issues. And the only way we can make those priorities happen is with the support of the staff. So I want to thank my office staff, Ryan, Andrew, and Alyssa, but also City Manager, I want to thank you and your staff. We've had a lot of meetings with Director Clark, a lot of creative thinking. It's leading somewhere, I promise you. It's been very helpful. I know I want to thank Brian Barr and Facilities for really moving on some requests we've had. And I know that we have Director Mosier here. Scott, I want to thank you. I just got a text from Brian this morning. The speed humps on Valentine are complete. So the residents out there have been waiting for that, are going to be grateful to see that, helping reduce the speeds on that long stretch of road. and a lot of other things Public Works continues to deliver on. So, City Manager, you're doing a great job, and I want to thank you, Scott, for the constant meetings and all the work, as well as Aaron Aguirre for all the great work we're doing to make all those budget priorities happen, especially the lights at Clegian Park. It's a big deal, so now residents can use that park at more hours. So lots of exciting things happening. Last thing I want to say is we did have the German delegation here. This is their 4th or 5th visit to Fresno. And they had a packed meeting yesterday to learn about policy. Today, they're going to have one portion of their meeting will be about the river, as was mentioned earlier. And I really want to thank the San Joaquin River Conservancy, which is probably Fresno's greatest partner for river access, because this is a state agency. We actually have a seat the mayor gets to appoint. I used to be on that position, and now Councilmember Richardson. I'm so grateful that he is serving on that board. And they are terrific partners for us. They've opened themselves up. They're going to take them on a canoe tour. And really the goal is so that all residents of Fresno, when they want to, can literally just go a couple miles up the road relatively, and it's like you're not even in Fresno anymore, and you get away from all the hustle and bustle and the noise, and you get to enjoy one of our biggest gems, which really hasn't been accessible. It's the 2nd largest river in California, right here in our literal backyard. So thank you to the Conservancy for your partnership, and we really look forward to the Germans going back to Germany and saying how great the San Joaquin River is. That is amazing. And lastly, and of course, continuing the conversation that Councilmember Perea made, Halloween is here tomorrow. Parents, please, when you're walking out, don't assume drivers know what they're doing. Look at both sides of the road. People are distracted drivers. Watch the candy. Just make sure it's never been opened or unsealed. And let's just be a little bit more careful out there. I know it sounds crazy. I was the kid who would say, I don't care. I want to eat the candy, whatever. I'll take whatever it is. But now we're on the other side, right? We all have to be careful for our kids and our neighbors and our nephews and nieces and loved ones. So thank you all. Stay safe. And thank you so much. So we're going to move on to our mayor.
Thank you, Council President, and thank you, Council. I had the opportunity last Friday to attend a very important event in Southwest Fresno with Councilmember Arias and Councilmember Vang. United Health Centers opened up a center in Southwest Fresno, and it was incredible. And I want to say thank you to this council. We had contributed $6 million to that project. And the folks over there are very, very appreciative. So it was a great ribbon cutting and a great event. Also, Monday I had the opportunity to attend a news event with the county over at one of our emergency shelters, Hope Point. And it was really organized in conjunction with the city and the county, but it was a 2-day resource fair, one-stop shop, providing the folks that are staying at the shelter with the ability to get birth certificates, California ID cards, and a number of other things. In fact, 60 people were served that day at the shelter. 20 of them were provided with birth certificates. Birth certificates they had no idea where they were at. And 30 of them were presented with identification cards. So we're going to continue to do those at our emergency shelters. And then, as was mentioned by Councilmember Maxwell, Ichi Shibu, the restaurant over at Campus Point, incredible experience. I'd compare it to restaurants that are maybe in Las Vegas or some large city of that nature. It is definitely something you want to do. And I know Councilmember Maxwell will be there. Esparza will be there soon, I'm sure. But this is the Lynn family's 8th restaurant in our city, from Lynn's Fusion to a number of the other ones, Oiza. There's a lot of them that they have, Spicy J's, in our city. And so we're very, very appreciative of the Lynn family. Spoke yesterday at the Fresno Metro Black Chamber Women's Symposium. This is businesswomen that came together for the purpose of hearing from folks about how to become more of an entrepreneur in our city. Also spoke yesterday at the San Joaquin Valley Manufacturing Alliance Summit that we had at the exhibit hall downtown. 950 people showed up to that event, and it was an incredible event put on by the San Joaquin Valley Manufacturing Alliance. And just wanted, this Saturday, we have our Fresno Youth Service Day put on by Beautify Fresno. I'll be over at Roosevelt this Saturday morning as we kick it off, but there'll be probably 650 of our youth coming out to clean up our city, remove graffiti, et cetera. And then lastly, just want to make sure council's aware, we had sent something out, but 2026, July 4th of 2026 will be the 250th anniversary of our country. And so we will be coordinating some efforts citywide in terms of a celebration for that and putting together ideas. And so welcome any and all council members to be a part of that. We had our first meeting yesterday. I know Councilmember Richardson came, and the goal is to really put U.S. flags across the city, different locations that are highly concentrated, but also do a number of other things in terms of cookouts, rallies, et cetera. And then I'll close by saying this. I know that not everybody in America feels like celebrating America because of a lot of things. And there's a lot of things we can differ on in our country. I think earlier today we saw the thing that unites us, and that's our military. And so what we're going to do as a city is to do two things. It's going to be to honor our diversity in our city as we celebrate America and the contributions that our immigrant populations have made to America. And then we're going to honor our veterans because they deserve to be honored. And that's what our celebration in Fresno is going to be on the 250th. So hopefully everybody will be a part of that. You'll be hearing more as we progress. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor, for putting that on our radar. I think our focus should also be on, ensuring we continue to preserve our democracy and the integrity of the republic. Because I think some of those fundamental ideals that our country stands on are currently threatened. So, look forward to the celebration, and hopefully we can all do our part in one format or the other to ensure another 250 years of this country.
Thank you. City Manager.
I learned from last year on celebrating Halloween on this dais, so I came prepared in normal clothes, but I do have my, greatest show woman jacket on, and I think, it represents, we have lions and tigers and bears and all sorts of activities in the city, the chamber, this dais, and do my part to try and settle any angst between the council and staff. So, I will be wearing this for a short time. I waited until after the celebrations and photos, so I didn't have to be embarrassed like I was last year. So that's all I have. I agree. I hope everybody stays safe and people are watching, cars. We all taught our kids, don't assume that a car is going to stop. You have to act as if it's not. So make eye contact with drivers and keep everybody safe this Halloween. And I will be the one that will be frantically at the store tonight buying Halloween candy because I haven't bought any yet because I didn't want to eat it all before the holiday. So I'm looking forward to a safe and fun Halloween for our community tomorrow. That's all I have, Council President.
Thank you, City Manager, for being a great sport. Perfect costume. Thank you so much. I think the greatest showman has a whip, maybe. You have a bell, which is very powerful. So thank you for that. Okay. We're going to move on. Just a little bit of housekeeping, Council. There is an item we need to remove from the agenda just because we need to update some documents. That is item 2AA. So what I'm going to do is we're going to have a fun little motion sickness exercise. I'd like to make a motion to reconsider the agenda.
Second.
Okay, seconded by Councilmember Richardson. Forgive me, City Clerk, do we have to go to discussion, public comment for this? Okay. Any opposition to that motion? Okay, there being none, the motion passes 7-0. Next motion is to remove item 2AA from the agenda to the next scheduled council meeting, which will be next Thursday, November 6th.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Richardson. Is there any opposition to that motion? There being none, that motion passes 7-0. Lastly is to approve the agenda as amended, the balance of the agenda as amended.
Second, Council President.
Second by Councilmember Richardson. Is there any opposition? There being none, that passes 7-0. So I think we're good to go, yes? Okay, thank you for your patience. Okay, next we're moving on to scheduled hearings and matters. We have our 9:10 a.m. hearing to adopt resolutions and ordinance to annex territory and levy special tax regarding City of Fresno, CFD 11, Annexation 159. Before we start the hearing, I want to ask if any council members like to list any recusals.
Council President, I have a conflict with this item ID 251430, and I will recuse myself because of the item's proximity to my primary residence. Thank you.
Thank you, council member. Okay, so this would be the opportunity for a staff presentation. I'm not requesting a staff presentation. Do any council members wish to have one? Okay, thank you. There being none, any questions by the council on this item, the 9:10 a.m. hearing? I don't see anyone punched up, so we're going to go to the public now. Public comment on the 9:10 a.m. hearing. This is for CFD number 11, Annexation 159. If anyone from the public wishes to comment, this is your opportunity on this particular item to come forward. Not seeing anybody come forward. No, different item. Seeing nobody come forward for this item, we're going to close the hearing, bring it back to council discussion and action. Motion by Vice President Arias. Is there a second? I'll second the item. Any opposition? There being none, the motion passes 6-0. Okay, next we have our 9:30 a.m. Tax Equity and Financial Responsibility Act public hearing. The hearing will be held with a staff presentation if the council requests that. Is there a request for presentation? Santino, you're off the hook today. Okay. Any questions by the council on the 9:30 a.m. hearing item? Okay. We're going to move on to public comment now. This is public comment on our 9:30 a.m. TEFRA public hearing. Anyone from the public wishing to come forward, you'll have 3 minutes. Please do line up. Bring it back to the council for discussion and action. I'm sorry, did you want to comment on this item? Yeah, the 9:30 a.m. is a tax equity and financial responsibility hearing. I don't know what page it is on your agenda, but if you go in order, it's by time.
So this is the time you do it?
If you have a comment on this particular item.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
So
If
public comment on stuff on the agenda?
unscheduled communication will be later in the day, correct? Did you fill out a card?
Yeah.
Perfect, we have your card, so we will call you up at that time. So that hearing is closed. Back to the council for action for the 9:30 a.m. TEFRA hearing. Any questions, comments, motions? Moved by Member Esparza, seconded by Council Vice President. Any opposition? 9:30 a.m. item passes 7-0. Thank you very much. Okay. Next, we're going to move on to the consent calendar. Do any council members wish to register a no vote, abstention, or recusal on any consent items? And as a reminder, pulled items will be heard immediately after consent.
Council President, I have an announcement to make. I have a conflict with item 2X, and will recuse myself because of the item's proximity to my primary residence. And that's ID number 25-1397. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, council member. That is noted in the record. Now we're going to do is we're going to take any other council members, by the way, wishing to register a no vote, abstention, or recusal on any consent items. Okay, I will register I'm sorry, we'll come back to that. We're going to move on to public comment now on all consent, including contested consent items as well as closed session items. If any member of the public wishes to speak on consent, contested consent, closed session, including our special meeting item, please do come forward and you'll have 3 minutes to speak. But you have to identify the item you'll be commenting about at the beginning of your comments. So this is not unscheduled communication. This is just consent, contested consent, closed session, and the special meeting.
Council President, 2 Zulu was moved from consent to contested. Is that correct?
Yep, that's right. Right here. I do have some cards for folks regarding ID 25-1464. We have Michael Yamamura. Michael, are you still here? This will be your time to speak.
Good morning, City Council. My name is Michael Yamamura, and I'll be speaking on behalf of the Youth Advocacy Leadership League in Fresno County. Dear Council President Carbasi and Fresno City Council, we are the Youth Advocacy Leadership League. We are a county-wide youth coalition here in Fresno County. We are youth leaders with the Youth Leadership Institute to work on all issues surrounding alcohol, tobacco, and other drugs. Our goal is to build the capacity of Friday Night Live youth to implement campaigns that help their peers steer clear of alcohol, tobacco, and other drugs. In partnership with their adult allies, youth utilize media, social norms, messaging, and community education and information dissemination to address the root causes of underage alcohol use in their communities. When this agenda item was brought to our attention, we thought it was a great opportunity for us to share our thoughts and opinions on tobacco retailers. As young people, we've been affected by tobacco in one form or another, from early access and exposure from older family members to a desensitization to predatory marketing tactics from the tobacco industry. The oversaturation of tobacco retailers in the city has become normalized to the point that we know these establishments will be next to businesses that youth patronize, such as restaurants, boba tea shops, and cafes. We have seen the long-term effects that tobacco has had on the generations before us, seeing the unfortunate health deteriorations tobacco has had on our older family members, knowing that a majority of their health issues revolve around their long-time tobacco use. As a youth coalition, we are committed to continuing to advocate for the overall health of young people and the prosperous futures of all citizens in Fresno. With this agenda item being heard, we think this is a step in the right direction, but we encourage you to support the passage of a tobacco retail license policy throughout the city of Fresno. Doing so will limit access points to young people and rewrite the social norms we have as a community around tobacco usage. Sincerely, the Fresno County Youth Advocacy Leadership League. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we have Baolia Zhang.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Baolia. My work is a nonprofit with the California Health Collaborative for the past 11 years now. I assist cities. Right now I'm serving Clovis and crafting ordinance to protect youth from tobacco and vaping use. But I live here in Fresno, District 1. This is home to me. I want to acknowledge all the efforts that have gone into this ordinance. I know it's been years. I've been looped in the coalition emails with the Fresno County Tobacco Free Coalition. And so it's like, yes, the day has come. So kudos to everybody involved. This is an issue that I hear from the ground. Schools are expressing concerns with family support at home for students. Families are expressing, schools and peer support, and then the youth are expressing lack of mental health support and easy access. So I just want to say that we all have a role in this. Today, with city officials, we encourage for cities to consider land use and safe and responsible retail practices, to have strong, sustainable practices, and promise that there are routinely youth decoy operations, and really pushing for responsible retail practices. And so we hope that with this ordinance, this is going to be something that sustains. There's funding. There's a staff that's responsible for a lot of the things that are going on in the city with selling to minors, and the list goes on, as we all know. So I'd like to conclude with that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Julio Lopez, followed by Richard Navarro.
Good morning, City Council. My name is Julio Lopez. I'm the co-chair of the Fresno County Tobacco Free Coalition. I want to thank the City Attorney's Office for bringing the tobacco retailer ordinance forward and prioritizing policies to reduce the harmful impacts of tobacco on the community of Fresno. Tobacco exposure is still a prevalent problem in the community. There are approximately 564 tobacco retailers in the city of Fresno. Despite federal law and state law to regulate tobacco retail environment, there's an evidence that that violation of these laws still occur in the city of Fresno. Unfortunately, illegal flavored tobacco products are still available for purchase here in Fresno. There's evidence that they are being sold to all types of tobacco retailers. The Fresno County Department of Public Health conducted tobacco retailer observations in 2024 in the city of Fresno that found that illegal flavored tobacco products were available in 92% of tobacco retailers that were not just smoke shops. We believe that in addition to this ordinance, a tobacco retail policy or a TRL can fully address all retailers who sell tobacco by protecting the stores that comply with the law and holding bad actors accountable. In conclusion, the policy represents a positive initial step towards tackling illegal tobacco sales among all types of tobacco retailers. We appreciate the support the city's ongoing efforts to address the issues caused by tobacco in our community. We hope that the City Council will focus on a comprehensive tobacco retail policy. And as local experts on the matter, the Fresno County Tobacco Free Coalition is here to support you all in those efforts. Thank you all.
Thank you so much. Next, we have Mr. Richard Navarro.
Good morning. I am a proud resident of Fresno, District 2. I've been here 25 years now. I've been many places and have been fighting cancer for almost 50 years. I'm here representing the American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network. Our mission is to advocate for evidence-based public policies to reduce the cancer burden for everyone. And we are committed to continuing that mission here in Fresno. We are deeply concerned about the availability of flavored and low-priced tobacco products often marketed to youth, which is contributing to the growing epidemic that is plaguing our communities. We thank you for considering a policy to protect the health of our youth by continued support the tobacco retail licensing. We join the Fresno County Tobacco Free Coalition, and as you heard earlier, the young man with the Youth Advocacy Program. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Next, we have Brandy News Viegas. Brandy, there you are. Come on forward. And that will be followed by Pedro Martinez.
Sorry. Okay, I oppose 2W, the actions of the state in clearing encampments without ensuring housing placement and the praise of our mayor of it. The situation for those who are unhoused is getting more dire. As our council members have articulated, essential services are being cut, and that is devastating to our unhoused. Shelters are closing. Even at maximum capacity and numbers in shelters, there wasn't enough room, and more importantly, even with our city's efforts, there's a severe lack of permanent housing, so people have nowhere to go. Meanwhile, while people wait on the streets after accepting services, they are set back by the barbaric and counterproductive practices of HEART in their engagement with those unsheltered. Many of this vulnerable demographic have bravely shared their own stories with you about their violation of policy and constitutional rights.
I'm so sorry, Brandy. I won't take up your time. We'll pause there. You identified item 2W, is that correct?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I don't see that. That's about something totally different. Oh, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I apologize. We're not going to hold your time. Keep going. Sorry.
Oh, important to clarify.
I apologize. That was my mistake. Thank you, Brandy.
Okay. And their grocery treatment and have been met with silence, attacks from diocese, and claims that they're refusing services in denial. This past weekend, I visited a man whose prosthetic leg was knowingly taken by HEART last year, and he hasn't replaced it. One man, an artist, had all his beautiful paintings taken, and they knew it. And while that's not essential, it's an example of the unnecessary cruelty and disregard for humanity. I witnessed people removed from private property only for a HEART team to swoop in and throw away the things that they just moved. a woman who had all her belongings ready, and when and was refused both storage and for her to move their things. Hart already receives a significant budget, which and has shown a preference for total disposal of possessions, no matter how vital, like the ID cards that Dyer mentioned, without allowing storage, which goes against this municipal code, these actions serve to impede people and our service providers from their goals of permanent placement, also impacts mental health from loss and abuse by the city. If we want to be effective in addressing the complex challenges to permanent placement for those unhoused, we cannot simply oversimplify the issue, as I've heard from state and city leaders saying we invested so much money for housing services and blame our unhoused falsely for refusing services and placing disproportionately a burden on their weary shoulders and falsely saying that they're refusing. Instead, if we want to better meet the needs, as in anyone's work, there's an opportunity to evaluate and work on improvement, in which it is crucial to center at the table those with lived experience who are working on the process of getting placement, to recognize we are limited in reaching the goal of permanent placement by the amount of permanent places, to be willing to humbly look at where people have expressed issues that impede successful, sustainable placement, and partner with those who are affected for solutions rather than treating them as a problem to be solved, as in with these encampment clearings. To recognize the challenge and to continue to see what we can do without dehumanization and criminalization, because this is not a solution. It is simply displacement and deterrence. The funding and our city's efforts must go towards sustainable solutions, as well as meeting the immediate needs of those unhoused. And to add, since I did not run out of time, even with the permanent housing, I recall Doreen Ely mentioning about the challenges with those, even in the shelters, with them saying there is often nothing available. It's a hard challenge to meet, but we need to work together in partnership with those who are unhoused rather than harming them and working against them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Brandy. Next, we have also on the same item 2W, Pedro Martinez.
Hello and good morning, council members. My name is Pedro Martinez. I work for Leadership Council. I'm a policy advocate, and I'm here to make a public comment on item 2W, actions pertaining to the encampment delegation maintenance agreement with the California Department of Transportation. We urge the city to collaborate with organizations that work directly with the unhoused communities and incorporate their feedback and decisions being made regarding the encampments. The city losing funding and closing down shelters, two critical needs that ensures unhoused remain sheltered. The city must work with grassroots organizations to find alternatives to spending the $400,000 in cleaning the encampments. The city must allocate fundings to ensure their needs are met as shelter. Again, we urge the city to collaborate and work with organizations that have the relationship with the unhoused communities, as these cuts fundings could jeopardize the pro-housing designation application, as well as other critical state funding programs. So thank you addressing this matter, and we look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you very much. I have another card, but he has left, so do I have to read the name or no? Okay, all right. Got it. So any more folks speaking on consent, contested consent, come on forward, Des. You'll have 3 minutes. Just identify the item, please.
2W.
Got it.
So I want to speak on 2W. We currently have, Oh, hello, how you doing? Sorry, I have my glasses on because I can't see close up, so when I have them on, I can't see you guys. Good afternoon, how you guys doing? I know you guys missed me, so I thought I'd grace my presence with you. We have 160 people, I think, left over at Soul Housing, the old Soul Housing, 4080 Blackstone, that are currently going to be exited to the streets the end of December. We have, Clarion has about 65 people there. If you close it, that's another 65 to the street. We have Journey Home that's closing also at the same time, and they have about 35 to 40 people there. We have a $20 million investment, over $20 million investment into the Clarion. This is a large investment for the city. We have major mold infestation throughout, so I don't understand why we were even put there in the first place, but if you're going to use it for shelter, then the city needs to fix it. This is a necessity. It's not surplus. It's a necessity. I want you guys to explain to the community why you consider it surplus. Surplus means that you don't need it no more. I don't understand why you don't need it. It's in a prime location. We got schools, we got shopping centers, we got the bus route. Everything we've ever asked for you guys to put us by is right there. You guys are going to be voting on the, across the street, the Manchester, right? 500 units of market rate. That's nice. 2 units for affordable housing. That's great. No, we need affordable housing on Blackstone. We need to be part of Blackstone. We need to be part of the school system, the bus routes, all that stuff is right there. So it's not surplus. It should not be turned into surplus. We invested too much money of the encampment resolution funds, HHAP, ARPA funds. These are funds that were given to you guys so you guys can help us. By closing it, you're losing out on a $20 million investment. What does that tell us in the future that you guys are going to spend our money on? We don't need that. We need shelter or permanent housing. We'll accept either one of those. We need youth shelters because we have youth in shelters that are, it's absurd. I don't even want to go there. We need more apartments for youth and elders. There's so much that we can do with it that you guys can do good. Don't lose out on this investment, and please explain to the community why you guys want to say, we don't need this anymore. Yes, we do. Now, unless there's something wrong with it, why you guys don't want to deal with the headache, imagine we've been living there. People have been living there, and there's a reason why they don't want to stay there. So, I mean, fair is fair. Don't give up on the investment. Don't keep wasting our money. That was one-time money, you guys. We got a large investment here. You guys can do good. City doesn't want to be a manager, I understand. But it's, we're just going to have to do some things that we just don't like sometimes. And you guys do it all the time. You guys scratch each other's backs on deals that you don't want to do. You can do that with Clarion. We can work together on it.
Thank you, Des. Next, we have a card for Melissa Noriega. Okay. Come on up and you'll have 3 minutes.
Good morning, council members. I'm Melissa Noriega with the Children's Movement of Fresno County. I'm also here to oppose the agenda item 2W, the actions pertaining to the encampment delegated maintenance agreement. I was here a few months ago also opposing the cannabis tax, getting ready to the commission to oversee that, but I learned then that it had already been decided and that the budget hearing is when we would contribute to ideas about how to spend those funds. I'm in agreement with the other advocacy groups here this morning that this isn't a good use of funds and we need to support our residents, whether they're housed or unhoused, in a safe and healthy way that's good for all of the community. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments. Anyone else wishing to comment on the contested consent, closed session, or special meeting agenda? This will be your opportunity. You'll have 3 minutes. Yep. Yes, but you have to, absolutely, but you have to identify which item you're commenting on. Same one? Is it about the 2W item?
One is later?
The unscheduled communication for anything not agendized will be at any time during the meeting. Typically, it's later in the day, depending on how much business we have, so it will be later. But if you did want to comment on 2W, the one that Des commented on, this is your time. Is it about that particular item?
It could kind of pertain to that.
Okay.
Okay. Let me see.
If it veers off topic, I'll have to let you know, though.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm kind of worried about.
Yeah.
I don't, maybe I should wait. I don't care. I'll just wait.
Okay. Thank you so much. Anyone else wishing to comment on consent, contested consent, closed session, or the special meeting? Okay, there being none, we're going to move on to contested consent. There were some really important comments made in public comment. I just want to clarify, and please correct me if I'm wrong, City Manager. The Soul Housing Project, where so many folks were displaced, the city, it was a private venture. It was not a city-funded facility. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so the city didn't do anything about displacing those folks. You have to look to the people responsible for that. So we're moving on to contested consent. The first contested consent item we have on the agenda is 2D as in David, and it was pulled by Council Member Esparza. You'll have the floor, sir. Bad Bunny has the floor.
Don't egg me on. I might do an impression. City Attorney, can you give us just the brief summary of what this item is. I think there's been some confusion. Well, at least there was some confusion with some folks in the public about whether this was part of the original tobacco retail license item that I brought forward. Currently working on that. But if you can give just, again, a summary on what exactly this item is and how that is distinguished from the tobacco retail license initiative that I'm moving forward.
Good morning, City Council. Andrew Jans, City Attorney. Just for a little bit of context, you're right, Councilmember Esparza. Please do not confuse this item with the initiative that you are working on in terms of creating a tobacco retail license program. For a little bit of context, the council will remember that about a year ago, the council authorized the acceptance of $1.4 million worth of DOJ grants to do tobacco inspections in all retail establishments here in the city of Fresno. And what we've seen statewide is that state agencies have been only able to go into about 10% of tobacco retail locations to do these very necessary inspections. And so what they've essentially done is enlisted local governments like ours to take on some of this responsibility, and therefore that is why we got that $1.4 million grant from the Attorney General. And again, not to confuse this program with the Cannabis Administrative Prosecution Program, the CAP program, where we're going after cultivation sites, smoke shops, and those types of things. This is a completely different program where we look at all tobacco retailers in town. So these are your Costco's, your grocery stores, gas stations, you name it. We will go into all of these locations. And so what we've done in the first year of this program is to really just educate retailers, and that's all we've been able to do without assistance from the state. And so what this ordinance does is essentially codify state law into our municipal code, which allows our team to finally begin to enforce without state representatives there with us. It creates a new fine structure where if we recover an illegal package or a product, it's $50 per product. And again, we've been very intentional about making this an educational process for the past year, going into these establishments, making sure that people understand the difference between tobacco and flavored tobacco. And so to answer your question in a nutshell, Councilmember Esparza, what this ordinance does is allowed to begin enforcing at the local level, allows our code enforcement team to begin to go into some of the other locations outside of the smoke shops that we haven't been able to hit.
Sure, yeah, so no new law or policy, really just kind of implements into our local kind of code and now allows you a little more latitude to be able to enforce on potentially bad actors that are out on the market now.
That's correct, Councilmember Esparza, and it's very important to note for the retailers out there that they are already supposed to be following these laws. So this is nothing new. This shouldn't be a surprise. They're supposed to be following these rules already.
Yeah, thanks, City Attorney. I'm going to make a motion to approve.
Motion to approve. We do have some council members punched up. Second by Councilmember Vang. Those conclude your comments, Councilmember?
Yeah, for now, yeah.
Thank you. Next, we have Councilmember Richardson punched up.
All right. City Attorney, I had a great conversation yesterday with someone who I assumed was going to be just pedal to the metal, go forward, and pass this as soon as possible. The American Lung Association, them and the Heart Association, the Cancer Association, I hear from them often when it comes to these things. And surprisingly, what they were asking for was actually that we do not approve this in its current legislation or in the current text, and that we think about it, delay it, and add more things to make it specifically Fresno targeted, tailored to the city and the issues that we have here. So as we know, back in May, we passed an ordinance, May or late April, passed the ordinance on the smoke shops, which is just a portion of that industry, right? I understand this is far more broad than just targeting the smoke shops. But in there, a couple things they pointed out were the fact that the actual price of the tobacco retail license, this TRL, is not listed in this ordinance. Is there a price that I'm missing somewhere that's buried somewhere else in the master fee schedule?
Yeah, this ordinance doesn't seek to create a license program. It doesn't do that at all.
Okay.
And it doesn't preclude you as council, as policymakers, to pass one later. This just allows us to enforce existing state law. There's That's a policy preference for you guys.
That was the distinction I had asked them to make, was that these are two separate, they could be combined, I suppose.
They
but
could be combined
they are
theoretically,
separate.
but
they are separate currently.
we just need this to enforce now. We have $1.4 million that we need to spend, and I want to start enforcing.
Okay, so if I were a smoke shop owner, let's just say I represent a portion of this industry, there are essentially 3 different ordinances that we're going to pass that are going to apply to me. One, the one that was passed earlier this year. 2 would be this one, and then 3 would be a tobacco retail license that's going to come down later. When we have neighbors in other cities in California who are able to do all of that in one fell swoop with one document.
I mean, that would have been ideal, but I mean, that's up to you guys as policymakers. I will reiterate again that these are already rules that these retailers are supposed to be following, so this is nothing new.
Okay, the second thing is we're expecting when it talks about the illegality of certain items in here, whether it's flavored or an unauthorized product to be selling, there's a list that's going to be coming out that we're going to be expected to, if we're codifying state law into city ordinance, that we're going to be expecting these retailers to be abiding by. That list coming from the Attorney General's office, is that correct?
That's correct.
And that list doesn't come out and isn't officially public and indoctrinated into the entirety of the industry in the state until January. Is that also correct?
That is also correct.
Okay. Is there a reason that we want to push this before we even have the list of what we're going to hold them accountable to?
Well, what I can say, council member, is that we are actively in litigation in court over this issue, and the judge in that case has essentially ruled that despite not having that list, that cheat sheet, so to speak, tobacco retailers should know what is flavored tobacco and what is not. According to his ruling, you don't need to be an expert to make that determination. And you're expected to know the law as well, which is something that we've argued in court, and in large part why I think that we've succeeded in court.
But to answer this question directly, you want to spend the money, is what you had said earlier. That's why we're pushing this now.
That's correct.
Okay, I appreciate it. So while I still got the floor here, have we consulted with anybody outside of just the city and the Attorney General's office when it comes to drafting this, like the Public Health Law Center?
No.
Okay. The county has also been working on an ordinance countywide to address this as well. What is do we know the status of that? Do we have any interest in seeing how that looks before we go more specifically and add our own for the city?
No, I'm not aware of what the county is doing. Again, we're just putting into our municipal code what's already existing state law. Okay. And then finally, the punishments that are enacted on the bad actors or tobacco retailers who don't enforce these things, Section 9 TAC 3708, the punishments in here specifically talk about fines, which it says is enumerated in the master fee schedule. However, as we learned from Clovis, as I learned from Montebello down south, talked to San Jose up north to figure out how they were doing this, and what's been told, not only with them, but also with local retailers here in the city, is that oftentimes fines and fees are just quote-unquote cost of doing business. So if it's actually a bad actor, they'll just pay the $1,000 fee or whatever else in order to keep staying open and selling things that maybe they're not supposed to. The real punishment for them is shutting them down. It's a suspension of their ability to be able to sell their products, legal, illegal, or otherwise, that pertain to tobacco and tobacco use. That's nowhere in here in the state ordinance, and I feel like as a city, if we're going to take something statewide and make it city-specific, that should go in there with the bare bones codification here of this ordinance, that we should enact that as sort of a shot across the bow to the bad actors. We're not just interested in upholding a Sacramento standard, which is kind of an oxymoron in my mind, but we're also going to let you know that you're looking at being shut down or at a minimum suspended if you're violating, and that's nowhere in here as well. That is correct, and again, as policymakers, I mean, you know where I'm at on this issue. I would love to have the legal ability to shut these people down, and so I'll leave that up to you to pass in future legislation. And to go back to your point about the master fee schedule, there's going to be another item coming, assuming council approves this ordinance. This is the first reading introduction. You're going to have a second reading next week. We're going to have to amend the master fee schedule, and so you're going to have that opportunity at that time if you think that the fines and fees aren't sufficient to do something more.
Okay. Well, from what I've heard from both sides, I think this is another attempt to kind of do something small now interim as opposed to one broad comprehensive ordinance that we could be passing that would not only codify state law, not only give the city the opportunity to enforce, not only hold the bad actors accountable, but also be very clear about our position, our stance on safety and health and the youth, as was mentioned by one of our speakers earlier, hopefully still here, that I think that in its current text, I don't feel like this is complete. I'd like to put some more work into it. So as we go to the vote, to my colleagues, that's where I'm going to be standing. Thank you. That's all I had. City Attorney, appreciate your answers.
Thank you, Council Member. Next, we have Council Vice President.
Thank you, Council President. I hear the concerns from my colleague, Richardson. So here's how I'm perceiving this. The state is, whenever anybody gets a business license in our city, they agree to follow city laws, including state laws. That's part of your conditional use permit requirements. The vast majority of tobacco retailers in our city have a conditional use permit as part of their license to operate, because the vast majority also sell alcohol, hence the ABC conditional use permit, except for smoke shops, which we resolved in the legislation that we recently passed. So now essentially everyone will have a conditional use permit. That could be revoked if they continuously violate city laws and state laws, including selling flavored tobacco, which we know a lot of these establishments are doing. So from my perspective, the state has asked us for assistance and provided us the money to do inspections. This item simply authorizes the city attorney to conduct those inspections as requested by the State Attorney General's office and as funded by the State Attorney General's office. If any of us want to take the multitude of laws and ordinances at the state, federal, and local level and combine them to one comprehensive policy, by all means, you're free to do so. Let me just prepare you for that will be 3 years worth of work for your office, and it'll take dozens and dozens of stakeholder meetings. It'll be extremely difficult to get consensus from everyone on what the right punishment, what the right stick, what the right carrot is in public policy making. So I don't want the perfect to get in the way of progress. In this case, one of the things that we were criticized for in the smoke shop was you're not enforcing tobacco rules on the rest of the retailers. You're not enforcing it on Walmart, you're not enforcing it on Costco, you're not enforcing it on the gas stations. And we said there's already existing legislation that allows us to do that. We will be enforcing that. We have been enforcing it on convenience stores and gas stations because we have the Responsible Neighborhood Market Act that requires it, and they have conditional use permits. We've been enforcing them on smoke shops, which, by the way, they continuously have been violating these rules. So in my perspective, the good actor characterization on smoke shops still does not apply. This finally allows us to do inspections on Costco's and Walmart's and pharmacies and everyone else who sells tobacco in this city, so that we can address one of the major criticisms of the smoke shop ordinance, which was we're not inspecting everyone. We're finally going to inspect everyone, and if that isn't sufficient for anyone, then by all means spend the next 2 or 3 years developing a better, more comprehensive approach. But it's not easy because state law changes continuously, city expectations change continuously, and ultimately the question is who's going to fund the enforcement? In this case, the state is funding that enforcement. I think we have an obligation to be supportive of that. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. I punched up Councilmember Esparza.
Yeah, no, just to address my colleague's remarks, I mean, it is kind of piecemeal. I think the more active measures you described are, for the most part, maybe not in exact detail, but for the most part included in the smoke shop ordinance that we did pass earlier this year. I don't know what it would look like to consolidate, these two, and possibly a retail license. Would it be as easy as, one fell swoop, and combining them? But ultimately, I think if there are informational issues, the number of retailers is a relatively limited amount, relatively speaking. It'll be probably less so in the next year or two, and it should be relatively easy to communicate PSA, the appropriate information with respect to each. But I mean, I would say this is, these rules are not new. but they are complementary and a pathway to the retail license that we're currently exploring. Yeah, that's all I would have to offer. But yes, it is piecemeal.
Okay, if there's no other council members punched up, I just have a couple of comments. I think there was some natural confusion because of the title of the item. I think there is an ongoing debate this council has had. There's policies we've passed and future policies I hope will pass, not just to go after smoke shops, but all tobacco retailers, including the convenience stores and the grocery stores, anyone that sells tobacco. But that's really not what this item is about. And I think one indicator that it's not really policy related is that the sponsor is not an elected, it's the city attorney's office. This is more, to me, a cleanup item to make sure that you can act within the intent of the council and to give you the technical ability to act based on existing state law, which without these changes you can't quite do. Is that correct?
That's correct, and to also implement your directive in terms of accepting that grant from the state.
Right. I do agree, and I share the same frustration Councilmember Richardson shares as well because of the ongoing debate we've had. I hope we come back with another item. But I think that based on what we have on the record today, I don't see a reason why we wouldn't move forward. But that does not mean council members won't work together and come forward with another item.
And just to be clear, we crafted this in a way to not conflict with anything that may be coming down the road from you as the policymaker.
Okay. So there's no need for because this is an introduction, there's no need for an actual vote. If council members want to, they can always make a motion if they want to, but there's really no need because this is just for introduction. It'll be voted on at the following meeting.
Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Any other council members have any questions on this item before we move on? Okay.
Council President, if we could have a vote.
You want to have a vote?
Yeah.
Okay. Bad Bunny wants a vote today. Let's do a vote. Okay. All those, I'm sorry, is there any opposition? Well, actually, make a motion. So you made a motion, correct?
We do have a motion in a second.
There's a motion and a second on the floor already.
Oh, that's right. There was. It was Councilmember Esparza and seconded by Councilmember Vang. And is there any opposition to 2D today? Again, it's for introduction. Okay. The motion passes 6-1, but it will return for adoption at the following meeting. Thank you, council members. Okay, bit of housekeeping. If we can go back and actually entertain a motion to approve the balance of the consent calendar. Moved by the Vice President. Is there a second? And I just want to register a no vote for myself on item 2C as in cat. Any opposition to the approving the balance of the consent calendar with my no vote and of course Councilmember Vang's recusal on 2X? No opposition. That consent calendar passes 7-0. Thank you for all of you who have waited for that. Moving on to the next contested item. I'm just going in order of the list that was presented to us this morning. 2Q, which is the pulled by Council Vice President.
Did I read the item correctly that we're now going to be installing mobile showers on county jurisdiction?
Council Vice President, good morning. Phil Sky, Assistant Director of our Planning and Development Department. This is not new. We've utilized the Fresno Fairgrounds for the past year, and so this allows us to continue that use and also deploy it at other sites in the future if identified that the county might control.
Is the county contributing towards the operation of the restrooms?
Not currently, no.
Is there plans for them to contribute?
That is not currently a discussion. What this does is, and again, I mean, you can imagine or you can envision where the fairgrounds is located, and so what it does is allows us to serve Fresno residents who are experiencing unsheltered homelessness in critical areas without service gaps.
Yeah.
So that's the idea. The idea is not, to be clear, the showers will be deployed and continue to be deployed within the city of Fresno.
Are you going to continue deploying the showers in the existing locations that you have been historically?
Yes, I mean that's generally the plan. Again, Fresno Fairgrounds as well, but there are some instances where
I'm asking a very direct question. Are you going to reduce or eliminate any of the current locations of the showers in order to accommodate additional county locations?
No.
Does this contract allow you to do that without council approval?
The contract, as all prior contracts, does not speak to that. It is silent. What has been the administration's policy and has been our practice is to work with council offices to identify those locations.
I understand that because they're city locations, but what I'm asking city manager is, does this contract as written give the administration the authority to next week determine that you're going to move the city-funded showers into the county island to serve county residents without council approval?
I mean, the intent of this is not to serve County Island residents. We find sites that have the required water sewer hookup and are in an area that we can serve the unhoused population.
I understand that.
So the intent is not to serve county residents, but we've looked at church sites of other city facilities, and this just happens to be an area that is owned by the county, but has city residents completely surrounding it.
I understand
And
that.
yes, we do occasionally change locations because if something comes up and it turns out that, oh, this isn't a good site, we don't have people using them, and so we want to make sure that we are putting in a location to serve a good number of unhoused, but we have switched locations. Or there's somebody that we were working with and they said, hey, we have something going on, that location doesn't work for us anymore, so we have pivoted to try and find another location within the same geographic area.
I understand all that. We've experienced that process jointly for several years now as we funded these restaurants, but that doesn't go to answer my very direct question. The administration is a new collaborative partnership with the county, doing things jointly. I appreciate that. I'm supportive of that. But collaboration means that we're both putting resources towards the execution of services. In this case, I want to be clear, the mobile showers are paid for by the city, funded and operationally by the city. Is it your plans, and does this contract allow you to deploy them to county areas for county residents without coming back to this body?
The contract, Council Vice President, is such that it is city-funded, and so as you've stated, these will be deployed to serve City of Fresno residents.
My direct question is, can you then change your mind next month and deploy them to Reedley?
The answer is
without
no.
coming
The
back to
contract
us?
says City of Fresno.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Motion to approve.
There's a motion to approve, but I do have Councilmember Vang pulled up. Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second the motion, but I have a question.
Thank you, Councilmember.
First. Thank you very much. Mr. Sky, you mentioned the fairground as one site that the city has put in place the mobile shower and restroom operations. Is there another county location that is it's not in the city of Fresno city limit, that the city has put a mobile shower and restroom operations in?
No, that has never occurred.
So there's only one right now?
Let me repeat what I heard.
I mean,
you
actively
ask.
right now. I mean, not the past, but as of in operation as of present time. How many locations that are not in the city of Fresno's jurisdiction that we have placed mobile shower and restroom operations in besides the Fresno Fairground?
Yeah. As it relates to the City of Fresno's jurisdiction, the answer is 0. As it relates to property that the county might own within the City of Fresno's boundary, the fairgrounds is a good example.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. I don't have any other council members punched up. There has been a motion by the Council Vice President. This item has been seconded by Councilmember Vang. Any opposition to this item? Yes.
Clear for the public. In my experience, we continue just to concentrate service availability in the city of Fresno when we know that there's unhoused in every city in this county. So I continue to not understand why the county refuses and why we're not having a conversation of locating these services in the Palco headquarters of the County of Fresno Social Services site. It's controlled by the county. They're serving homeless people there. That's where people go get their services. But somehow we keep on finding only City of Fresno locations, and we're supposed to be in this collaborative relationship. So just want to put that on the record. There's got to be services outside of the southern part of the city.
Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, any opposition to the item? There being none, the item passes. I'm sorry, we did public comment on contested consent already. I think somebody asked about that. So public comment on contested consent was already held earlier in the day. Item passes 7-0. Thank you very much, Mr. Sky. Okay, and that was 2Q, excuse me. Moving on to 2W, which was also pulled by Council Vice President. And Councilmember Esparza.
Director, my question is very simple. I know we have other funds for other portions of the freeways in the city. Can you just give us a summary of what current funds we have for other portions of the freeway? Because this item suggests that you're only going to do Shaw to Friant on the 41 with these 400,000. So that leads people to believe that the rest of the freeways are not going to be maintained. So can you just elaborate on how we're funding and what other freeway coverages are we currently having in place?
Good morning, Council. Scott Mosier, Public Works Department. So we have 2 existing delegated maintenance agreements with Caltrans. One is a small dollar amount. It's a graffiti agreement that's citywide. That's all freeways. Typically, that's under $50,000 worth of work per year. But the bigger one that we have existing today is the highway litter control delegated maintenance agreement. That one is citywide. It's subject to where Caltrans authorizes dollars. Currently, we have, for this year, we have $400,000 from Caltrans in that agreement. It's coincidentally the same dollar amount, so not to be confused with the item before the council today. But we have $400,000 for litter control. That is also matched by $100,000 from the Fresno County Transportation Authority through Measure C. And that does require a city match, and that is through the Measure P litter control beautification program. So all told, we have $600,000 of resources this year. That covers all 4 state routes: 99, 41, 168, and 180. Thank you.
I do have, there was a motion, but I do have Councilmember Esparza, who also pulled the item, scheduled to speak as well.
Yeah, thanks, Council Presidents. So the biggest thing that stuck out to me, I think when it comes to our freeways that come through the city, 41 obviously is one of the hot spots for encampments, 180 as well, both of which run north and south, east and west in my district. The big thing that stuck out to me is that we're looking only from Shaw to Friant, and I wanted to know where that stretch of geography came from exactly, how we determined that. Because I look at that and, frankly, I think it feeds into the narrative about, North Fresno is all nice and cleaned up, and Central and South, not so much. So when really the issue does occur across the entire city portion of the 41.
As Assistant Director Phil Sky comes up to speak to that specific point, I do want to highlight this agreement can cover all the state routes, and if Caltrans says, here's another $100,000 for this other segment, that's able to be put in place and move forward. Council would have to appropriate those funds into the budget to be able to make that happen. But let me turn it over to Mr. Sky to address that.
Yeah, I'd like to know where that came from.
Thanks for the question, Councilmember Esparza. That stretch came as a result of the data that we receive related to service requests that we track on a daily basis. This stretch from Shaw to, as you said, Friant, is the most concentrated area of service requests that we have citywide on all freeway systems. The other areas that really needed mitigation were addressed through the Governor's Safe Task Force, which we just did an operation the last 2 weeks. So primarily there are a couple stretches on 180 and also on the 99. And there's 7 additional areas that we submitted to the Safe Task Force that they are hardening the boundaries on, that again are citywide and on all freeway systems. So when we look at all of our efforts, this is the area where we have the greatest level of service request and the greatest kind of re-encampment occurring, and so that is why we started with this area.
When it comes to those differeces, what is that margin? Does it stand out by a lot? Or was it kind of
It's
close?
twice as many, Councilmember.
As this next, so what would be the next busiest stretch you'd see?
Yeah, so there is honestly, it's at that point, it's in the dozens of service requests over this calendar year to date. So we're talking 15 service requests, and it would be the 99, and not just the 99, but there are a couple of other areas that have similar service request volumes, but again, not anywhere compared to what we're seeing between Shaw and Friant.
Which was it? What was that number?
Yeah, 62 year to date. And so the other ones, when you kind of take a similar stretch of highway system, we're maximum 28. And so again, we just use the data to inform the decision.
Sure. Well, I'm hard pressed to argue with data if it that seems pretty, like it's pretty far out there. So yeah, you answered my question. Just wanted to, very curious, right? That stuck out to me, and I see it everywhere, right? I see it on all of our freeways in the last 5-6 years. Seen a very, very unsafe kind of trend of these folks walking on the freeways. It's very dangerous for all involved. So I hope that we can save some lives and get folks shelter.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have Council Member Richardson punched up, followed by the Council Vice President. Yep.
Thank you. Assistant Director Sky. Okay, a couple questions on this one. So reading through this does not apply to any encampments that are in, say, a vacant lot. It is specifically right away, iterated in Exhibit A, just those 3-point-whatever miles shot of Friant, period.
So again, as Director Mosier referenced, this is an agreement that applies to all the freeway systems, but this particular scope identified initially is what you just said.
Okay, and the money that is there, and we actually deal with something very similar with the fire department, so the money that is specifically allocated to that is only going to be submitted billing invoice style quarterly for the previous quarter's work to the state for reimbursement for the work that has been done specifically on Caltrans property, which is beginning of berm to end of berm, highway, that's it.
That is correct.
Okay. I want to make sure that we're very clear on this. It doesn't apply to all of the encampments. What would happen, right? So we run through the allocated portion of money, and for that stretch, we find ourselves getting another call one day. Are we able to still do that? Is that going to come from a different pot of money? Is that strictly on the city? Does Caltrans throw their hands up and now we're funding that on our own? And then, I guess kind of secondarily to that, or maybe the same thing, what is currently the funding source for that specific stretch? Or does this specific stretch apply to the same funding source as everything else currently, and we just pull from a larger pot? This is a smaller pot for a smaller area.
Yeah, I'll defer to Director Mosier on the question because you're asking about how we maintain all the freeway systems under the other delegated maintenance agreements that Director Mosier is referencing. The quick question, or the quick answer to your question about the funding source is this is money from the Department of Transportation at the state level. This is Caltrans money. Yep.
All right, Council. So currently what happens is the highway, I'll just speak to the highway litter control agreement, which is delegated maintenance to the city. We're only obligated to do that while the dollars are there. We're under in this agreement or the others, the city's under no obligation to handle that if the state dollars are not there. Currently, that highway litter control agreement says that we must stay 50 feet away from any encampment. So this agreement means, if there's an encampment there, you can clean a litter that's kind of fallen down the slope. But if it's within 50 feet, we have to stay away from that. So what'll happen is we wind up with these hot spots out there where there's some encampment. There's trash everywhere. People say, well, I thought we had this agreement for litter control. What's happening with it? We're required to stay away from that area. We can do everything else. So this agreement delegates that authority to the city to handle those encampments. Currently, those encampments are solely with Caltrans, and they're handling to the best of their ability. This provides dedicated resources to the city to address these issues where we have not been able to before.
Okay, thank you. When it comes to the billing as well, so it mentions in section 10 the billing so we can submit the invoice to them. Now, as was brought up by some of the public comments on this item specifically, are the storage of some of those items. Whether the storage is done well, whether it's not done great, whether it's sometimes done well, evidence will show. But in that section 10 that talks specifically about billing, it says that we're going to submit invoices to the state agency as the local agency here as the city to make sure that we are reimbursed for all of the costs of removing encampments, removing folks from that dangerous freeway area. Would we consider the cost of the storage of those items something that we could invoice the state for and be reimbursed?
The agreement does note all the eligible activities. Currently, it's anticipated that what the city would do, that the dollars would be utilized for the focus on the freeways. For that item, the city has existing programs that deal with these types of activities that are not on the freeways. What is it? You can see what's eligible within this agreement.
It's not specifically listed, the storage of personal items.
Yeah, I will need to double check. We'll need to double check that element of it. However, I'm not anticipating that as a major cost, a major expense. The intent is that the city would focus these financial resources on the actual cleanup of the freeway.
Okay, I've heard previous discussions in this building before I was sitting in this seat about the cost of storage of personal items and how there were some issues to that. If it's not an issue and that's something that we can bill the state for, I'm all about bringing Sacramento's money to Fresno. If that's something we could even expand the storage term from 60 days to 90 days, so people have 90 days to get their stuff back, and then we can also bill the state for it, that is something I would be in favor of. So I'd like to find out more information about that, please.
Very good. We'll be checking that, but I think Assistant Director Phil Sky has some additional feedback on that as far as the cost of storage, and is that significant? So I'm hearing no, that's not a significant concern on our end.
Okay, because I'm seeing not less than 60 days here in Section 14, storage of personal items. Final question: do we have any numbers on fatalities caused by single person or group encampments on the freeways, on any of the freeways in the city of Fresno, that ideally this would be curtailing, and specifically that stretch from Shaw to Friant?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, I want to talk about like lives lost.
Yeah, Councilmember
I'm
Richardson.
sorry, Des, I apologize. I have to ask you, please respect the speakers when they're speaking. Please don't provide audible comments. Thank you.
Yeah, Councilmember Richardson. So as it relates, I wanted to just comment on the length of storage expressed in the agreement. Bear in mind that this is state right-of-way, and so what's articulated in this agreement is consistent with state policy with regard to encampment resolution. So we are following state policy as it relates to encampment resolution. So I just want to clarify that. Secondly, as it relates to your question about fatalities, I personally don't have any data on that. This would have been data that would have been provided by the state. I don't have the data. I will say that one of the things that's been so critical is that dating back to 2021, Mayor's Project Off-Ramp, when we were able to successfully remove 650 folks from the freeway systems, that is preventative. And so the fact that we don't have data on fatalities, in my opinion, is one measure of success of our work to keep the freeways clean, in contrast to the struggles that other jurisdictions up and down our state have had with doing the same thing. So I'm very pleased with the work that we've been able to do together, and really happy with this agreement that Caltrans is moving forward with the city of Fresno to ensure that this continues to be a very safe place for, that it's preserved for what it was built and designed for.
Okay, no data ain't good data as far as I'm concerned. That's just a lack of data. Hey, I'm here to ask a lot of your questions. Let me cook, all right?
Hold on.
So as I'm saying,
Councilmember, I just also wanted to add on to your comment about fatalities. I don't have it at this moment, but we can get it, is we have seen a pretty significant reduction in fires on the freeways. And that is a big deal because our firefighters, when they have to fight fires on the embankments, is very dangerous. There's very little room for them to park a rig on the freeway. They're barely within the line, so when they're getting out of the rig, they're actually stepping onto the freeway at times. So they have, in the past, expressed concern about their safety of being able to fight those fires. And I know when we first took office, the fire department was not differentiating. We didn't have good data of what was freeway fires. They have a separate code now where they are keeping track of it, and I know that there has been a reduction. I can get the specific numbers for you, but I know I've heard the chief comment that there's been a significant reduction, and I think that not all fires on the freeway are caused by unhoused. Yeah, there are times where, like, if a truck is dragging a chain and there's a spark, but we do see a correlation between not having unhoused on the freeway and the fires.
Okay, the two things I wanted to make sure of are that these monies aren't going to be used to clear out encampments that aren't on specifically state right of way. And the second thing is that this isn't going to be used as an excuse to misplace or blame on somebody else the apprehension or whatever, legal, illegal, or just not helpful of personal effects. So if there's any way that we could use some of this money to make sure the personal effects are properly stored, I'd be very interested, as I mentioned to Director Mosier, in looking into that.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember. To your first question, you are correct. These are dollars that are only and explicitly to be used on the freeways for encampment cleanups. And then the second question we'll look into further. Thank you.
Copy. Council President, go ahead.
Council Vice President, you have the floor.
Since you guys have indicated that this money can only be used on the freeway right of way, and it's designated for Sean Bryant, as you know, we have a significant amount of people encamping off the freeway into the street right of way, sidewalks. If you go to Herndon, Costco, Denny's, parking lot, Home Depot, Sam's, the whole thing, right? So as you guys clear the freeways, are you not going to then force people into those areas? And this money can be used to house those people. And once they leave the state right of way off the freeway, what's your plan to make sure that you don't overwhelm that whole shopping center area from Shaw to Bryant with a lot of encampments?
Yeah, Council Vice President, great question. I mean, I think it's important to note the scope, right? And so we know how many people are currently camping there. Camping there currently, or camping along our freeways currently. As I mentioned earlier, I was referencing service requests when Councilmember Esparza asked about data. So service requests don't equate to number of people, correct, right? It's just a number of calls for service over the course of this year. So we know that because of our persistent work, which you've been a champion for, our mayor and this council's been a champion for, we have been able to really minimize the number of people camping on a regular basis on the freeway. So I'm not concerned about overwhelming, public right-of-way. I'm not concerned about overwhelming our shelter system. It's a very limited scope, but we want to keep it clear for the purposes of public safety.
So I guess my question is, let's assume you have 20 people encamping in this section of state right-of-way. You mitigate that, you house them, great. What happens to the other 40 people on Herndon and Blackstone that are camping out at the drive-thrus in front of those business establishments? What's the plan for them during this cleanup time of the state freeway?
Sure. So it's continuing to do the things that we do on a daily basis, Council Vice President, which are to provide outreach, an array of services, including shelter when it's available. We're doing the things every day that have resulted in, I think, the positive progress that we've made, including just this resource fair we did this week with the state departments, with the county of Fresno, and with our own animal center at our shelter. We are constantly innovating and coming up with new ways to help people not just get into shelter, but ultimately to exit homelessness and stand on their own 2 feet.
Great. I believe there was a motion by the Council Vice President. Is there a second to this item? I'll second the item. I don't see any other council members punched up. Any opposition to this item? There being none, it passes 7-0. Thank you very much, Assistant Director. Okay. Next, we have item 2Z as in zebra, and it was pulled by Councilmember Maxwell.
Thank you, President. Wait for Director to get up.
Ooh, we got it way high.
Good morning, Director.
Good morning, sir.
Would you mind providing just some more clarification on what this item is?
This item is for a consultant for an on-demand app that we're seeking to establish. We tried to do this without a consultant, but we think that this would work the much better way. This app is primarily for paratransit, but same-day paratransit. But we do plan to potentially use this for fixed route and other on-demand type services in the future.
Can you talk about future on-demand services that you alluded to?
One of them is a shuttle, direct shuttle that you could book to the airport in order to make better connections after hours that would serve the 6 a.m. groups of flights leaving Fresno Air Terminal, as well as the international flights in the evening.
Are there any other on-demand services that the study would be looking into besides the one specifically going to the airport you mentioned?
Not at this time. We've been doing other mobility as a service type studies, and this could all wrap into something in the future, but not at this point.
Do we have any idea how this service might be funded if approved in the future?
Yes and no. So again, we want to start with paratransit because many of our paratransit riders, they've got to book the day before, but there's no ability to make a same-day booking. So this would help with same-day booking. And if in that day before booking, if I needed a 1 o'clock pickup, but my doctor's appointment ended at 12, this on-demand mobility service would allow me to then rebook my trip. That's something we can't do now.
Would new services, I assume, would essentially compete for funding with our fixed route services that we offer now if we were to add additional services, correct?
Yes and no. It depends on what types of service. And so
the airport one you mentioned.
That's not going to compete with fixed route.
Why is that?
Because right now it's a service we can't offer. We would have to, what we have looked at in the airport-related services is the only way for an individual with his or her luggage to get to the airport, to go through TSA and be ready for a 6 a.m. Dallas flight is we'd have to move the entire service from the 4 o'clock start we currently have now to 2 o'clock in the morning, which means our first bus would then end up going out more like 3:30 in the morning. And that is just not feasible for us. I think that going back to the look, I rode the Super Shuttle as a Bay Area kid when we were growing up. Having something similar to that for the off hours, this is something that previous Director Henry Thompson and I talked about as when I was ACM, and this is like the third director of airports who also have come with the same issue. I think we can solve it by doing a Super Shuttle. It's also going to have to be a bigger vehicle, and fixed route just doesn't cover that because, look, if I'm carrying 2 pieces of luggage, it just doesn't work.
So your department needs no additional funding if the administration and council were to approve a on-demand service towards the airport that you're proposing?
Oh, for this year, right now, yes, we would. We would need, but this is the study to first get us what that system looks like. We're strictly only right now talking about what the phone app or the system would look like to create an on-demand system. That's all we're looking at right now. I'm telling you where I'm jumping to down the line. We'd like to do this for more of a mobility service. But again, it's really to save money right now on the paratransit side and to make it easier because our rider is saying, hey, look, if I'm done at 1 o'clock, if I'm done at 12, but my ride's not till 1, I have to sit out. And I may have to sit in the elements. Is there a way for us to book faster? And so we want to first start there and make sure that system works and then move to what we believe would be the next stop is the shuttle service.
I know one of the things that we've talked about in the past, and it's something I know you're passionate about, first and last mile.
Yes.
Is that something that would be considered for this study to see the feasibility for those folks that don't know, first and last mile, we have fixed route transit throughout the city of Fresno. A huge obstacle is how do you get to the bus stop from home, or how do you get home from your bus stop?
No, this is not one of the first and last mile studies.
Is there a reason that we're not including that in a feasibility study? Because I know that's something there's a lot of interest in.
Because we've been doing that in other ways. So, for example, one of our partnerships is with Fresno Metro Black Chamber of Commerce and the bike program, the EV bike program. We have used that particular program for first and last mile in certain jurisdictions, helping them have the bikes move to places like the West Fresno campus or to the City College campus to, if there's a distance issue there, to address that. We've also then taken the EV fleet that they provide and also done the same thing, making sure there are chargers available at these. And those are the solutions to some of the first and last mile stuff. This is not the first and last mile solution. So when we talk about mobility as a service, that's what we're talking about, first and last mile.
You know, if we want to start seriously preparing for additional on-demand services, whether that's to the airport, first or last mile, or whatever that might look like, I assume those are going to be things that we're going to need estimates for as we're having Measure C discussions. Has there been a long-term layout of plans and ideas like this we'd like to implement so that those can be figured into the Measure C conversations, Director?
Yes and no. So again, in the conversations with Measure C, we have talked about what we're doing today, and there is the category, the new tech category that we have used in the past for some of these more ambitious things. Again, for this particular item, we're looking at, again, just what the application looks like to put together a program and service that is mobile.
But we want to be prepared if we have the app. In the future, we want to make sure that we also have additional and appropriate funding to fund the kind of services that this app might be helpful towards.
And we are always chasing that dollar. We are right now considering another grant application with Fresno Metro to address another mobility as a service issue that we have seen pop up as of late. And we just started the conversation. Actually, we start the conversation on Tuesday for that particular grant. So we're always looking at that first and last mile issue. But again, this is really about the paratransit and the fixed route system with possibly the airport as the stretch in this. Doesn't mean that we believe that if we find the right solution, we could do other things with it that may or may not be a fixed route service. It may be more of a shuttle service. And that's why we're interested in this particular direction.
And the pickup slots are still for 1 hour intervals. Is that correct? If you want to get picked up for paratransit, you have like an hour window?
Yes, you do have an hour window.
Okay.
And again, I would like to see us narrow that window down. And part of that would be, hey, look, I'm now ready and I'm at this location. Come get me sooner. For us, it would mean that in our next paratransit contract, which is probably going to come up, we're on our fifth year of a 7-year contract. So if we are able to get this together, this would be something we'd fold into our next contract to say, you now have a responsibility to shorten the window and have more of a sweeper type system, which the paratransit system does not have a sweeper service right now.
Would this study also look into an app that allows for live tracking of buses, whether that's fixed route or otherwise?
It would include that. So as you know, we do have the fax app that ISD has built for us. This would be an additional piece to that because that app does not have regular updates or has not had a regular update. So this would also be on demand for fixed and para. It could be adding and deleting or deducting fare from you at some point.
What do you mean by that, Director?
So for one of the things we don't have is a mobile fare payment system. And our fare boxes are at the end of life. So we're looking at...
You're talking about the ones on the buses?
Yes, yes. So we're looking at coordinating and integrating all of these services together into one mobile app. And so this consultant is going to help us find the best solutions for not only on-demand and same-day service or same-hour service, the fare box pieces of it, and then all of the back office things that need to occur for both the fixed route, who dispatches differently than we do, and also the if it is an on-demand service, what that looks like, and fixed route would all be integrated into one app.
Are onboard fax fare boxes on a tiered schedule, or are they all coming to the end of their life?
They're all coming to the end of their life.
Which is what?
So we've had this fare box system since 2016. The end of life is 2028. And at this point, you know, our fare collection folks are saying, hey, it's time for us to do something different. It was one of the steps that we started down the pathway of doing either validation and rear door boarding and all that in BRT, because we stripped so much out of that particular program, we kind of put all that to the side. Now we're back to trying to wrap all of these other pieces back together again. This is one small slice of that bigger picture.
Understood.
Yeah.
If we're moving towards the direction of digitizing the process of getting on the bus and paying, and like you mentioned, even putting that on the back of the bus so you don't have to have just the one line going through the front where the driver is, do we know how much that's going to cost your department director?
No, this is one of those things that the last time we did fare boxes and we did an estimate back around the BRT days of upgrading that system, we were looking at $3-4 million, but that was just validation. This is probably going to be a $7 or $8 million project. This is definitely going to be a federally funded project, I'm sure, if not greater than that. And again, it's something that, just like buying a bus, at some point, you've got to start all over again and upgrade your system.
Thank you, Director. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council members punched up on this item? Director, this was not on my radar, but some things were, I think you did a great job explaining it, but I have one or two questions to clarify. So I love the idea of, for people with paratransit, I know they typically plan their trips beforehand, it's the way the system works, but yes, if they're finished early, they have the ability to get out of the elements because it gets really cold and it gets really hot at different times in Fresno. My only concern is if we are creating a system, which is great where it's on demand, I'm guessing currently when people schedule, it makes it logistically a lot easier for staff in our systems. Will having a fully on-demand system change consumer habits and then cause it to be more taxing on the system, or is the software designed for that so it's not that way?
I don't believe it'll be more costly on the system. It may even free up some of our folks to be more proactive in helping individuals. And again, it gives that individual who is using the app the freedom to, hey, I'm running late, I'm done early. It gives them that freedom, and that's the most important thing. And of course, many of you are hearing from our paratransit folks, particularly when they come down here, that, hey, I've got to sit outside in front of City Hall and wait for something. And this is not the 9:15 item, but you know how a Thursday is around here, right?
Okay, fair enough. That answers my questions. Thank you. I don't see any of the council members punched up. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Council Member Maxwell, seconded by Council Vice President. Any opposition? There being none, it passes 7-0.
Thank you so very much.
Sir.
Very appreciate your time.
All right,
Any
thank you,
questions?
sir. Happy Halloween. Okay, our last consent item is item 2B, as in Bredefeld, and I'm going to go to actually Council Member Perea because it is in her district, and then we'll follow with Council Vice President. So, Council Member, you have the floor.
Thank you, Council President. So this item, folks, is to ratify and approve a series of agreements finalizing ownership and lease transfers for Sequoia Brewery in the Tower District. And that's a bureaucratic way of saying that the Sequoia Brewery in our beloved Tower District is about to open their doors again. It's been a while. Ian is one of the new owners. Thank you for being here, Ian. If the Tower Theater is the heart of the Tower, Sequoia Brewery is the soul. And it's been closed for quite some time now, but thanks to a group of gentlemen who have stepped up to the plate, who have put their money where their mouth is and have made this investment, we are now able to open the doors once again. And so, Ian, I just want to thank you and the team for putting in the time, the blood, sweat, and maybe some tears into reopening the doors. It was unfortunate when we heard what was going on with Sequoia Brewery over the last year. And so the fact that everyone was able to quickly come together, put together a team, get through the legal hurdles, and get to a point where we are saving several of these restaurants is a huge milestone for our city. I think my colleague had some questions about when is it going to open, what are the hours going to be, but I want to kick it over to Council Vice President to go ahead and ask those questions. But I do just want to thank you for being here and to your commitment to seeing this process to the very end.
Thank you, Council Member.
Thank you, Council Member Perea. As I mentioned to my colleague to my right, I just have 3 key things I'd like to know from the new ownership. One is who is the new ownership group? 2, who's going to be your management group? This is not so much for my benefit, but for the public. So when complaints come, they know not to call Member Perea or Member Arias. They know who the management group is. And then 3rd, what is your operational plan? When can we anticipate opening? What are going to be your hours of operation? What can you share with the public that would give us kind of an idea of what the next steps are for the establishment?
Great. Thank you, Councilmember Arias. So first question, the ownership group, as was read earlier this morning, it's myself, Ian Whelan, Scott Miller, Joe Dorr, Bill Avakian, and Will Oliver. And as far as management, fortunately for Sequoia Brewing, like the key to Sequoia Brewing is the employees. When it closed mid-February, it was a shock to a lot of us, including the ownership group or customers. And fortunately, we've been able to keep a majority of the employees, including the manager at the Tower location, manager at the Northlow location, and specifically for the Tower location, we're bringing back 80% of the employees, which is 27 to 30 individuals, depending on who comes back. So excited about that. Like they're excited. Like they're already, back, and we're ready to open Friday, which is tomorrow, October 31st, is the plan. Hours of operation is going to be Monday through Wednesday, 3 p.m. to 9 p.m., Thursday, 11 a.m. to 9 p.m., Friday and Saturday, 11 a.m. to 11 p.m., and Sundays, 10 a.m. to 9 p.m.
Just one additional question. One of the issues we have in the Tower District is the amount of mobile food vendors and outside vendors selling food. And one of the primary reasons is because the establishments close their kitchens early. So with everybody who's still serving alcohol till 1 or 2 in the morning, food stops at 10 p.m., hence why there's a demand for vendors to be outside these businesses. What's your operating hours for your kitchen? When do you anticipate closing your kitchen? And how does that compare to when you anticipate the last drink being served?
Yeah, so part of it, it's business operational needs, right? Like if it's a busy night, they can keep, open later, closer to closing time. If there's hardly anybody in the restaurant, then we're going to close it down sooner. But generally going to follow those hours and, cut off serving food about half hour, 45 minutes before. But also have to have some flexibility there, sure. Just being mindful of who's there. I mean, we hope we're busy. We hope we're busy, Friday, Saturday, which is where the most traffic is in the Tower District, and so we can be open, longer. But that's the goal. But I would just add, what makes this really special is the employees. We've had some of the Tower location employees and the North Spot, and they're just chomping at the bit to get back in the Tower location, which is their home.
So would it be fair to say that your kitchen will be operational kind of within the hour of last call?
Correct.
That's fair. Thank you for my questions. And second.
Motion by Councilmember Perea, second by Council Vice President. Any opposition? There being none, item 2B passes 7-0. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Council.
Okay. Good luck on the opening.
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes the balance of the consent calendar. We are going to break for lunch, but when we come back, we do have item 4A.
Council President.
Yes, sir.
Item 4A is no longer needed. The only report that we just got now is that we have a meeting booked to resolve the parking issues with the upcoming hotel downtown, so there's no need for 4A.
Okay, got it. Motion on the table? Do we need to do that? I don't know. Or we can just win it? Yeah.
And we can officially say we've considered it.
You prefer to do a motion? Okay, we don't have to reopen everything again, right? Just one vote's
Motion to
enough.
table.
Okay, so moved by Council Vice President, seconded by Councilmember Esparza. Any opposition to tabling item 4A? No date, correct? Okay. Okay, item passes 7-0. So when we do return, we do still have closed session as well as unscheduled communication. We did go into the lunch hour a little bit. Council, anyone have a problem resuming at 1:40? Not yet. Not yet. We still have closed session. Not yet. It'll be, sorry, later in the day. Correct. Does anybody have any objections to coming back at 1:45? Okay, we'll resume at 1:45 p.m. Thank you. All righty. Thank you all for being patient. We apologize for the bit of a delay. We're going to resume the October 30th City Council meeting, the afternoon portion of it, and we do have two ceremonials. We're going to start with the Fresno Animal Center's Pet of the Month, sponsored by the Animal Center, and City Manager will have the floor.
Okay, everyone. We have Nina today. And Nina is about 2 years old, a female Chihuahua mix. As you can tell, she's very playful and friendly. She has you can't really see it too well, but she has a silvery coat and perfect size for short walks and snuggling up on the couch. She, as you can tell, she is, come here, Nina. Hi, baby. Look at her. How can you not resist this? Oh my gosh, yes, don't lick me in the face. Anyway, she is available for adoption, and I'm going to hand it over to say a few more words.
Yeah. So this gorgeous girl is Nina. She's obviously feeling the fall spirit. She's in her pumpkin spice era. So she's, a beautiful, playful, extremely photogenic. She is very treat motivated, would be a wonderful dog to train. Obviously she loves treats, but she also just loves snuggles. She does great on a leash, and her adoption fee is waived right now, and that includes her spay, microchip, starting vaccines. And she would just love to find a beautiful forever home. So thank you so much. Yay. Oh, no.
Okay, any takers? Fresno Animal Center. Thanks for coming in, Nina. Okay, thank you, Council President. There you are. Thank you.
All right. That was a hard one to say no to. Our last proclamation of the day, they say patience is a virtue, is a proclamation for Religious Freedom and Safety Day. I am the sponsor, and we will be up in the front in just a moment. I apologize. There is one more. I don't want to forget. Next page. By Councilmember Vang. That will be for Breast Cancer Awareness Month. That is a very important one, and that will close out the proclamations for the day. Thank you, Councilmember. Thank you all for being here. Rabbi, welcome back. Good to see you too. I'm very grateful that we're able to get several of our interfaith folks here today from different churches and synagogues to talk about something that's been happening in our country, and you've also seen the headlines. In recent times, there have been two particular incidents, and I think in both cases the council did comment on those. The first was on August 27th of this year. It was a shooting that occurred at an Annunciation church and school in Minneapolis when, of course, we heard about the children that were killed. 2 children and the wounding of 17 others while they were attending Mass, a very safe space. In September of this year, on September 28th, in Michigan, 4 people were killed and 10 others injured in an armed attack during worship services at the Grand Blanc, Michigan congregation of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. And the assailant used incendiary devices and set the church ablaze, destroying it completely. Now, we do have a lot of folks in our community that are of faith, and they have every right to exercise their constitutional rights to assembly, to religion, and to live under the splendor and freedom in this country. Our community is very sensitive to their rights and protecting those rights. And no matter what your faith is, you should be able to worship in freedom, in safety, and that's important for us in the city of Fresno. Now, I want to talk a little bit about one of those churches that's very prevalent in my district, because that is the local Latter-day Saints church. And they do have a lot of history, because on the 21st of November in 1920, the first unit of the LDS Church in the Central Valley was organized right here in Fresno. See, everything great in the Valley starts in Fresno. It's grown to now have approximately 15,000 members in 30 congregations throughout our metro area. They worship in 17 chapels citywide, and in April of 2000, so a quarter century ago, I can't believe it, Right off Sierra, they opened up, of course, their largest temple, which is right in the heart of Northwest Fresno's District 2. And a lot of our members of the church, of the LDS Church, are now vibrant contributors in the world of business, are educators, healthcare, and so many other important fields, and they are an important part of our community. I'm glad to see you all here as we talk about being able to worship in peace and harmony, and I'd like, if you can take a moment to talk about all the things that have been going on with your different groups. So we'll start with the rabbi. I know I'm putting you on the spot, Rabbi.
It's been tough to face the religious discrimination that's going on all throughout the country, all throughout the world. But here in Fresno, there is so many wonderful relationships between all the different groups, and we celebrate it, and we have been very pleased with the city's responsiveness, our police department, other local authorities, and we really have as good a climate as we can have, even in some of the toughest times. Thank you.
Deacon Mark for the Diocese of Fresno. We have 87 parishes in our geographical territory with a little over 1.3 million Catholics. And again, with all of our brothers and sisters, the sons and daughters of Abraham, we just desire to make sure that we can worship in a safe areas, that we can give grace and praise to our Lord and Savior. So we thank you for this proclamation.
Deacon, I think you win today in numbers. I think, but thank you so much.
Thank you, Council Member. Yeah, my name is Logan Lawrence, and this is Ryan McNeil, and we are presidents, stake presidents here in Fresno for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. And as such, we appreciate this gesture. This certainly is this is more than just a statement. It really is a commitment or a promise in the city of Fresno that we have religious freedom, that we recognize that as a priority, and we can be free to worship how we see fit. And so we appreciate that. We certainly exercise that in our own congregations and appreciate the ability to do so here in the city of Fresno. And so thank you, Council Member.
I'm going to sound super corny, but from one president to another, this is for you. And I just want to thank all of you, from the members of the LDS Church in Fresno to our Catholics in Fresno to our Jewish members of Fresno, especially in Northwest Fresno, all the work you do to come together and provide so many important skills and resources to our community. And also, when we can't always get it right, you're always out there as a safety net for so many folks by coming together and providing food and services, especially in these very uncertain, chaotic political times. So thank you so much for all that you do, and we're going to ensure that you are safe in this city. Thank you for making it out here. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, sir. We'll do a picture of that, too. Thank you.
Whereas houses of worship have long stood as places of peace, reflection, and community, providing comfort, moral guidance, and connection for people of every faith and background. Whereas recent acts of violence targeting religious institutions across the nation, including attacks on churches, synagogues, mosques, and temples, represent heartbreaking assaults not only on people of faith, but on the shared values of tolerance, freedom, and human dignity that unite us all. And whereas such acts of hate and terror seek to instill fear and division, but the people of Fresno stand firmly together in solidarity with all faith communities, rejecting violence, discrimination, and intolerance in every form. And whereas the city of Fresno recognizes that freedom of religion is a foundational right and that every person should be able to worship or not worship according to their conscience without fear of persecution, intimidation, or harm. And whereas our city's strength lies in its diversity of beliefs and traditions, and we honor the contributions of all religious communities that work daily to uplift others through compassion, service, and love of neighbor. And whereas it is essential that we continue to build bridges of understanding and partnership between faiths, fostering dialogue, trust, and shared commitment to peace and justice, now therefore be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer and the Fresno City Council, do hereby condemn all forms of religious violence and hate and reaffirm our support of Religious Freedom and Safety Day in the city of Fresno.
Thank you, Council, for your patience. Our last proclamation of the day will be by Councilmember Vang, and that's for Breast Cancer Awareness Month. And you have the floor, Councilmember.
Thank you very much, Council President Kerbasi. This subject is very near and dear to my heart. Can I have from the American Cancer Society, please come down here, Richard Ray Navarro, Jasmine Buenrostro, Angelica Garcia, and Dulces Velasquez, and the little baby as well. As you know, October is Breast Awareness Month, and as I stated earlier, this topic is very near and dear to my heart. I am a stage 4 cancer survivor, but we're here today to talk about and to bring awareness to breast cancer. 1 out of every 8 women in the United States will go through this ugly and dual disease. That's about 20 million people here in the United States. In their lifetime, they will go through this agony pain, and I know what it's like. And so no more than perhaps anywhere in the state of California, the Central Valley is one of the most area that is in need of awareness and also education about breast cancer awareness. So I am lucky and I am honored to have the American Cancer Society here to talk more about breast cancer and what we can do to bring awareness and even perhaps to prevent breast cancer. So here we go. Richard?
Thank you, Councilman Bang. I appreciate you having us here and honoring the American Cancer Society with such an honor. I've been involved in the field of cancer for 50 years. I wasn't. Nonetheless, I started off in Houston. I was transferred to, I worked very closely with MD Anderson Hospital there. Was transferred to Los Angeles and ended up my career with the American Cancer Society here in Fresno. And I continued my work as a volunteer after I retired. When I first started, the survival rate of a woman that was diagnosed with breast cancer was 76%. Today, if it's caught early, it's 99%. That is great strides that we've done thanks to the work of the American Cancer Society and some of the other organizations we've partnered with. For many, many years, we've been the largest funder of cancer research outside the U.S. government in the United States. And our work is spilled over all over the world. As Councilman mentioned, we have a problem. And I am really happy that, again, we've gone from 76% to 99% survival rate for if caught early. We were one of the instrumental leaders in getting the cost of mammograms to go down. We work with various city councils, state and governments to ensure that a woman could afford a mammogram. What's the use of having a test out there if you can't afford it? So through our efforts and also the breast cancer and cervical early detection program and Every Woman Counts, we've been able to make that happen. We look forward to our continued relationship with the council and making sure that every woman can get a mammogram, and also that they start doing breast self-examination, and when they go to the doctor that they insist on getting a clinical exam. There is no reason why a woman today should die of breast cancer. Thank you.
Again, the key to beating this disease is early screening, early diagnosis, and early treatment. And I, for one, truly understand what it means to have an early diagnosis and early treatment, and that's why I'm here today. And so, in honor and to bring awareness to breast cancer, we are honoring the American Cancer Society that October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Clerk, can you please read the proclamation into the record? Thank you.
Whereas breast cancer remains one of the leading causes of death, both nationally and globally. 1 in 8 women in the U.S. will be diagnosed with breast cancer in her lifetime, and approximately 1 in 43 will die from the disease. Research shows higher incidences of breast cancer within the San Joaquin Valley, posing a major challenge to the health and well-being of our community. And whereas individuals who have limited access to health care, are older, or have lower socioeconomic status are less likely to receive regular screenings for breast cancer, and therefore likely to be diagnosed at a later stage with lower chances of survival. And whereas the National Breast Cancer Cervical Cancer Early Detection Program has supported underserved groups by improving access to early detection and screening services, increasing survival rates by diagnosing individuals at early stages, and affirming the importance of cancer education and equitable health care access. And whereas breast cancer not only deeply affects those diagnosed, but also impacts family members, friends, and entire communities, introducing complex emotional, physical, and financial challenges. And whereas the American Cancer Society's work through investments in breast cancer research, ensuring greater access to quality care, advocacy for public policy, and providing patient support has played a key role in reducing the female breast cancer death rate. And whereas Breast Cancer Awareness Month, in a time to honor those battling cancer, remember the lives lost, celebrate survivors, and recognize the tireless efforts of all those in our community working towards a cure to end this disease. And whereas on this 30th day of October, the City of Fresno encourages all Fresno residents to take an active role in cancer prevention, raise awareness, support local organizations, and advocate for expanded access to care and early detection resources to improve community health. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer and the Fresno City Council, do hereby proclaim the month of October 2025 as Breast Cancer Awareness Month in the City of Fresno.
Okay, that was great news, 99% with early detection. Okay, so we're going to move on to our remainder of our agenda. We do have a closed session to go to, and then we will come back out here for, actually, we'll do unscheduled communication while we're waiting. So I know one person's been patiently waiting. I'll tell you what, I'm going to let you go first. You've been waiting so long. What's that? You don't want to go first? Well, let's see. I don't have a card for Des, but Des will always know she can come up. If you want to come up first, Des, that's, of course, you're welcome to do that. And then I'll start calling the cards out. And you will have 3 minutes, Des.
Okay. In November of 2024, a deal was made and handshakes were done about Soul Housing coming to Fresno. In January, the location was confirmed. From rehabilitation to opening the doors in May, awareness was raised and hope was promised. By June, I notified the City Council about fraudulent misrepresentation, including the fact that Soul Housing had shelters in Los Angeles that were shut down overnight. In July, I notified both city and county officials. In August, I took it to the state and CalViva, and even had a one-on-one with one of the city council members. Where did he go? By September, I was informed that the federal authorities were stepping in. The entire time, the city manager and the mayor were aware. They were warned. I was told in September that Soul Housing's contract would not be renewed by City Council. Yet in October, nothing had been done to transition them, as the contract states, from that shelter to another. Then mid-October, Soul Housing called here and told you guys, all the way from LA, we're not coming back. They walked away, leaving 40 employees jobless and more than 260 people re-traumatized, terrified that they would be sent back to the streets. This was preventable. When leaders ignore warning signs, when they allow fraudulent providers to come into our city and exploit our most vulnerable, that is not just administrative neglect, that is psychological abuse. Because every time the city fails to act, it repeats a cycle of broken promises and trust. Trust is not built through handshakes. It's built through accountability and action. And when people lose trust, that becomes one of the most biggest barriers to heal and to house us. The city manager's job is to ensure contracts are ethical, providers are legitimate, and vulnerable residents are protected. That means vetting organizations, responding swiftly to credit reports of fraud, and ensuring oversight on city-funded programs. Even though this wasn't one, it was in your city. In this case, that did not happen. The mayor and city manager must be held accountable for failing to intervene earlier when notified publicly. for allowing an out-of-town organization with a record of misconduct to operate here, misuse medical funds, and abandon people who had already been through so much? Fresno deserves better. We deserve better leaders who protect the people, not the providers. We deserve transparency, oversight, and protection, not another cycle of trauma. The city must ensure that the same investors, consultants, and so-called providers do not come back under a different name to steal our medical system from other people again.
Thank you, Des. Next up, we have Risolat Nerzova. Not present? Okay, we'll move on to the next card. Alexandra Luxak. Alexandra? Okay, seeing no one. Danielle Vu. Danielle? Welcome. And Larry Torres. All right. Well, those were the cards that the council president handed off to me before he had to step out. If there's anybody else who'd like to comment, please come on down.
Where's the timer thing?
Right up top, right back here.
Hold on. All right. Okay, so, okay. I'm probably not gonna say all the things I thought I was gonna come up here to say, so I'm not like well versed at speaking in front of a lot of people, or there's really no people here now, but what was it? So just a couple things I guess I'd like to say is, let me see. My time. Okay. I guess a lot of people come in here and with proposals or some type of where they get handed some money that's supposed to assist with services in the public, and there's really no accountability. You guys, I know you guys are busy throughout your day, but there's no one really making sure like everything that's in the contract is. And so, what was it? There's a few things I kind of had issue with. And let me see. Hold on. Not in that order, but okay, that's a lot of time left. But basically, I was like watching you guys' meeting a few months ago, and what was it? Community Medical Center. I guess they got fined like that 31 million for doing kickbacks, and so I'm just saying, like, you guys might like try asking more questions, because it seems like stuff gets passed without like any like pushback or anything, and so yeah. And what else? Let me see. A minute, okay, that's enough. For anyone interested in some of these contracts also, I was reading a contract that it said something to the effect of service providers shall provide city with adequate written assurances of future performance upon administrator's request in the event service provider fails to comply with any terms or conditions of the agreement. I don't even know what that means. Like, what does it say? Written assurances of future performance. So that right there lets you know there's a problem. And also, some of my concerns might be addressed by people who actually have knowledge in policy, because I'm tired of some of these staff who are not familiar with or willing to actually look at policy or, yeah.
Thank you. If there's anyone else who would like to engage in public comment, we're now At unscheduled communication, please come on up. Last call. I don't have any more yellow cards. Anyone else in the public? Okay, seeing none. We're going to go ahead and close unscheduled communication, and that's going to conclude the open session portion of this council meeting. We do have closed session, quite a long closed session agenda to go through still. So I'm going to have the city attorney go ahead and read off the closed session items that we'll be hearing here shortly.
Good afternoon. Today in closed session, we have item 5A, conference with labor negotiators, all units listed on the agenda. Item 5B, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Jennifer Reagan versus City of Fresno. Item 5C, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Gary Beer versus City of Fresno. Item 5D, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Keith Kabashi versus City of Fresno. 5E, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, one potential case. At 4 o'clock, we have a timed item, 5F, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, one potential case. We also have a special session, a special closed session, also timed for 4 o'clock. There, item A, public employee performance evaluation, city clerk. We may have reportable items after closed session.
Hey, CMAC, get ready to go live. We're going to do a report out, but then we're going to go back into closed session at 4, and we might have another report out after that. So we're going to still hang out for a little bit. Oh, hold on one second. Everything's unmuted.
Okay, we have come out of closed session at 3:07 p.m. City Attorney, is there anything to report out of closed session?
So far, just one item as to 5E by a motion of 5-0 with Councilmember Richardson making the motion. I'm sorry.
That's correct.
Yeah, Councilmember Richardson making the motion, Councilmember Vang making the second. A settlement agreement was reached in this matter. The particulars will be disclosed at a later date upon request. Council members Perea, Carbasi, Esparza, Richardson, and Vang voting in the affirmative. Council members Maxwell and Arias were absent.
And we will resume. We do have 2 more closed session items timed for 4 p.m., and there may be potential reports after those closed session items, correct, City Attorney?
There may be one or two reportable items. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I wasn't in. No, no, I think Jansen's going to come. I wasn't in, so they got it all squared away.
Okay. So we're going to resume the remainder of the City Council meeting for August 30th, 2025. We had two items in closed session, one item in closed session and one closed session special meeting item. In regard to the special meeting item, I want to announce that I have accepted the resignation of our city clerk, Todd Sturmer. We are very happy for Todd as he's moving forward in his career, and we wish him well. And I do want to state that his effective date will be through November 30th, 2025, and that we are going to immediately start a statewide search for a replacement for Todd. And Todd, I want to thank you on behalf of the council for your 17 years of service to the city of Fresno.
I've been happy to do it.
Thank you. And the next item will be announced by the city clerk, by the maybe interim city clerk, my city attorney.
As to item 5F, the 4 o'clock item, the City Council, by a vote of 6-0, with all members present voting in the affirmative, with Council Member Maxwell absent, is directing the City Attorney to begin establishing a program to have staff from the City Attorney's Office monitor polling stations in the City of Fresno related to the November 5th election that is coming up on Tuesday.
4th.
November 4th.
Okay. Anything else to report? Okay. Thank you very much, everyone. That concludes the October 30th, 2025 council meeting at 4:25.